just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are, oh I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you
Oh, I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are. dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you
I know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least be worth a shot. Instead you gave up on me 2 months in, 'cause my flies were too hard to deal with. Did you even love me in the first place? In the first place? If you did, we wouldn't be in this
welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of ECAC Valorant, the fall 2022 season. The many talented teams have been whittled down to just a few as we enter into the postseason, and Boise State is ready to go up against an old rival, Fisher College, to see who's going to win in a very taxing best-of-5 Valorant match. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Brenner Ladd, and not only is the season itself drawing to a close, but so is your time with us here, Brenner. As I understand, it's going to be your last time here on desk.
3 years of being in esports, it's time to graduate and move on. But we're closing it out with a very eventful best-of-5 Valorant, seeing as I first casted the longest Valorant match in Boise State history. I believe it was a total of 34 rounds as one of my first times ever casting Valorant. And now here we are closing it out with a best-of-5, so fingers crossed we don't repeat that. But we will just have to wait and see, as Fisher College is a well-known rival of Boise State, causing us a lot of grievances in the past, and one that's been able to go the distance with us multiple times over. Kind of a replacement of Northwood in Overwatch. Fisher in Valorant has just been our rival head-to-head.
Yeah, except for Northwood, there usually is, there's at least a bit of a little bit of respect there. This is like one of those rivalries where, like, ooh, people gotta be pulling teeth rivalry. So it should be a very good match for us here tonight. Let's take a look at how the event card is going to work out, or how the event is. We're showing you the event card. 5v5, best of 5, because again, it is in the playoff season. So Boise State is really looking for this victory here. They are thirsty for it. And Boise State has been performing well in the season thus far. But here we go into the finals. You can see the players all there up on stage, ready to face off against Fisher. And if those players want to do well, then they've got to follow some very key parts, very key pieces of advice that has been given to them. That's going to be given to us in the form of Doc's keys to the game in Valorant. That's going to be to focus angles and flank, know your win condition, count cards and call abilities, click heads. And it's all brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition to you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And as we also saw a look at the students up on stage, this would also be the time to bring up the lineups of who is specifically playing, because I know we did see some particular players, but we are going to see all 5 of them lined up. Okay, we are going to see them as they come into the general first stage here. That is Fracture, which is always an interesting place to start out on.
Yeah, it's definitely going to set the stage for what his map is going to be capable of, with the interchangeable spawns for the attackers, thanks to that zipline in the middle, really going to keep the enemy team on their toes. But this is definitely where we're going to see something along the lines of that Brimstone, maybe even a Breach come out here. We've definitely seen Jet be a huge playmaker. And after the Chamber nerfs, I'm saying in quotes, because some people have agreed it was a nerf. Other ones say they just changed it up his kit a little bit and made it more honed. So I know I heard a little bit chatter on the stage earlier that they still like him. So we might see a Chamber even come out here after the patch. So we'll just have to wait and see. But not the best Chamber map. We'll just have to wait and see what the Boise State game plan is going into this. But I definitely hope to see at least a Brimstone.
Yeah, normally just on the aesthetics alone, you got to go with Chamber. You got to look dapper as you're getting that win. But he has been dominating the meta for so long now. He's kind of. I remember when everyone was talking about Astra was always a must pick, and now we've come so far from those days. The 5-star Astra to now just Chamber almost every single stage. So we'll see how Boise State does. They're loaded. They're ready to get into it. And so we are going to be starting out as soon as these students all line up into their positions. And we're going to also see the picks coming out here. Now, we're talking about Chamber. Do you have any other predictions on who we might see?
Like I mentioned before, possibly Breach, because his ability to go through walls and create a lot of disruption can help them with a team push with a lot of these closer, tight-knit angles and some of the verticality challenges of this map. I think possibly a Jet if they want to go for more of the solo flashy plays, but we've also seen Boise State in the past go with a Neon, but that's a character that you very much have to play around for it to succeed. And starting off on the first map, I don't see the Neon coming out here. Possibly the Fade with how much utility she supplies with the team of being able to slow the team down and scout them out. I almost want to guarantee we're going to see an Omen almost the entire night just because of how strong he's been throughout the meta, possibly even a KO as well, because one, everyone loves to be able to self-resurrect, and two, he provides a ton of utility as well. That's the perk of Valorant and these agents. They all provide their own form of utility, unless you're probably playing that Chamber, which is kind of just that solo carry character at this point. Even after the nerf, he's still just that good.
Yeah, it's one of those characters that, like, no one really likes, the person who insta-locks, but if you're going to insta-lock and you go Chamber, you're like, well, yeah, there's a reason.
I mean, at least it's not a Phoenix or something.
No, it's not a Phoenix. or a Yoru, I'm saying. Yeah,
very true. Something that we thankfully don't see anymore. My personal favorite, I would like to see a Cypher come back. His trip mines just create a lot of fun mechanics in the game that makes teams really slow down and be a lot more methodical. So if you're an aggressive attacker, it really can shake things up if you're going up against a Cypher, or playing with a Cypher can really just close those gaps and become really fortified.
Well, this December, Boise State Esports is partnering with Idaho Central Credit Union and the Idaho Food Bank to host the Giving Games charity tournament. Gamers will compete for glory, but the ultimate winners will be neighbors facing hunger who will receive nutritious food for meals thanks to contestant and spectator support. For every $1 donated, the Idaho Food Bank can support food for up to 4 meals. So scan the QR code you see on the screen right now for more information on how you can contribute. And as you see, it is Friday, so we're in the middle of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare tournament. We'll get to that after we do this Valorant tournament. And that's not to discredit how important of a match this is.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the fiercest opponents that Boise State would just love to win against.
Very passionate opponent that hopefully Boise State can take an early victory in. This is something that we touch on in multiple games, is winning that first team fight can just get the ball rolling. So winning the first map, especially on Fracture, which we don't know which team chose it, but I would assume it was Fisher College, as we haven't seen Boise State choose Fracture a lot in the past.
No, they really haven't.
So I would assume that was a Fisher pick. And so in that sense, as we go into the draft, already a raise. There's the Breach and Brimstone, as well as a Killjoy. Ooh, mirror match so far.
Pretty standard choices. Boise State in the blue, Fisher in the red. There's the Breach that you were talking about. We also see KJ being brought out, who we didn't talk about.
Yeah. Ooh, there's the Fade. I'm getting little spots. I'm 3 out of 5 right now. I'm happy with that.
As we're still waiting for the pick
Psycho.
from Psych. Amio still waiting for his pick. Boise State has had a pretty good semester thus far, making it substantial ways in the Red Bull campus clutch, now looking to make their name in ECAC. Still have a good 35 seconds left, which, including the Riot Zero, is an eternity. So still a lot of time for these players to choose what they want.
Yeah, thankfully this is not League of Legends draft, so no one's going to leave. We don't have to reset for the next 3 rounds. It'll be all right. But still just questioning that Fade as, ooh. Big changes.
Okay, they're going for a double Sentinel build here. And they still haven't, okay, they are locking in Raze. So Boise State is instead going to go on the double Initiator, whereas Fisher is opting for double Sentinel.
Yeah, Fisher just seems that they definitely want to be more defensive and slow in their attacks, whereas Boise State just wants to push.
Which is going to be huge how this turns out in the first half, because Boise State is, in fact, the first team defending. So Fisher is kind of setting up for that second half of the game. Well,
both teams are just waiting for the next half. That first half is really going to be the decider of who gets that early lead, and hopefully it's not a clean sweep and anything that just surprises us on desk. As fun as that is to see, I mean, we want to see it be neck and neck, and hopefully Boise State able to take the lead as we are Boise State production. We're going to have a bias, of course. But, I mean, double Initiator on defense first against a double Sentinel offense. It's definitely, in the second half is where things are going to get really vibrant, but for now, it's just going to be Boise State used to be god tier in these early rounds, but as the roster has changed out, they've become a really strong late game team. So if they're able to get some early pistol rounds against a double Sentinel, that would be a great opener for them.
And off we go into the first round of this best of 5.
Checking out the other side of the zipline, clears it out so they know they have at least one side of the map secured. Fisher with a very aggressive A push, already getting the plan down.
has the smoke. Spike is now down and planted. Boise State has to regroup unless they want to take a 2-on-5. Also see Chloric here just holding these paint shells. Might be waiting for Boise State to all bunch up for their push. Ooh. There they go out. Is going to get a few dinks, especially onto Damio. He's now down to 68. The rest of Boise State is now rotating through center. Ice heads out. Boise State moving down to ground level. Brim smoke's now being placed. Here it goes. Boise State. Who's going to get the first picks? A lot of gunfire being exchanged. Ooh. Syke and Caloric are going to be the first, and it just snowballs from there on out. Sky's trying to fight back, making it a 2v4, Ooh. But pushes himself into the smoke and receives a face full of bullets in return.
Yeah, that's the power of the double sentinel. Once you get set up on that site, it is so hard to push that point, especially when you're taking so much chip damage from the amount of utility coming out from Fisher College. Boise State, I believe, was only able to get 1 kill in that prior round.
At this point now, the question going forward is going to have to be, Boise State was kind of split up all, but yeah. I think Fisher is going to really force Boise State to play a lot faster and be able to be more successful in guessing where Fisher College is going to go because so much of their strategy is the post plant.
Yeah, double initiator you think would be a very fast comp, but with how the Fracture is set up, you only really have those 3 lanes to get from point to point, and they always have to check one side or the other of the zipline in case they are going for the flank, which just allows Fisher to have that much more time to set up with this double sentinel comp. So Fisher playing it very smart right now. Oh, and also holding a little bit back with 2 members very far forward.
Yeah, Rarina hanging up in tower. Whichever way he took, a little bit of a bait out there with that turret from Aldum. Rarina's still hanging out in tower because he's got to choose which way he wants to look. He can look left or right, and he's going to see both members of Fisher. We also see walls coming out and the paint shells picking up Aldum on the side. Rarina makes his decision from tower, is able to pick out Ming. That's 1 down, a 4-3, but Chloric with that Bulldog is going to do work against Boise.
Yeah, on a triple right now, looking for that last quad onto Skies with the Sheriff pushing point. I mean, the best you can hope for is at least trade out 1 for 1, maybe 1 for 2 if you can click on those heads. Shout out to Doc's Keys. This is the time where we want to see it shine, but double sentinel, you have to be so slow on that push, but going up against that Vandal, it's not looking good for the Sheriff.
But at the same time, that was going to be a save round for Boise State, so getting 2 away from Fisher College, preventing, putting them in a little bit of a more awkward position for the bonus here, which is going to be the main thing. I mean, Boise State is really going to win this match if they want to change things around in terms of eco. They can get full guns, but a lot of them are settling for lesser shields.
Yeah, they were just really prioritizing the Phantom and Vandals to try to have that tiniest advantage. Yes, shields is great, but if you don't have the firepower to follow it up, the health is just going to go by the wayside. So already committing early utility to try to find the 1 member of that KJ who did zipline across. So is actually going to try to scout it out. They know at least 1 is there. Turret as well.
Trying to get a 2-on-1. Ooh. But the bind stun is going to come in. He actually stuns 1 of his own, but Rarina still manages to pick out Mean. So all things being equal, let's just take a mulligan on that and move forward.
Yeah, Damio did end up getting to half health, but I think that was a fight they definitely needed to win as we watch Aldum fall to Psycho. Double Sentinel set up on A. This is, once again, Boise State just having to push this very strong defensive comp.
Grenade thrown out, but it takes a bad bounce off of the Sage Wall. That's also going to give their position away as well. Boise State has their work cut out for them on the retake, but J-Bag is able to get a pick onto Dory, so now it is 3v3. Boise State hurting for a bit of health. They're trying to take some sneaky angles past the Sage Wall, but once that Sage Wall got set up, it was just such a difficult task for Boise State to retake. I mean, you saw so much. Their angles were messed up. Their paint shells were messed up due to that Sage Wall. That 1 wall was Boise State's nightmare.
Yeah, and Fisher also had a beautiful crossfire setup where as they tried to push through, there's that tiny gap that the defenders could shoot through and the members behind with the flank could also swing on them. So it was just split target prioritization, and with only 1 and 2 members of Boise State remaining, it was just sheer panic as the spike put them on the clock. So they had to make a move where they were very uncomfortable with. And having lost that round, their eco is in the dirt.
Oh.
But a nice crouch through the smoke, picks himself up a Phantom.
Not bad. Sometimes you just got to change things up and take them by surprise. So Boise State already doing well on this eco round that they're trying to recover from that last loss. A bunch of them are right, have their eyes on B, but Fisher College has already claimed the high ground and tower, though they haven't planted.
Ooh.
Nice pick from Oldham. It's going to be traded back 4-3. Boise State still with an advantage. The spike is going down. They're covered by the smoke. Now that it's down, the Sage is going to be able to do full work.
Yeah, all the utility coming out. Skies gets it with the paint chips. Revenge for the prior round.
Oh.
But a clean reverse sweep coming out from Fisher. Dory getting a double here. It's all down to Reyna.
Going to have to get an insane
Yes, the high
maybe
ground.
headshot and spray transfer. He's going to try to get the wall bang, get him out, and that's one. He's trying to get, but he
ran out of ammo.
That is painful.
I mean, he got the first one, and if you're trying to get eco, having only one member surviving is the best thing you could ask for, having not won the round. So good on Reyna for at least evening the odds the best that he could. But C9 Cleric just closing it out with a triple. It's definitely going to help, as ultimates are now coming online 3-2. Boise State does have the advantage if they want to commit them very early. Also, Fisher College's KJ has been consistently the first one eliminated for their team, so I expect her to play a little bit further back this time around.
Boise State going for this aggressive push with the showstopper. They're just looking to get that initial pick and then move on from there. They're going to find one onto Logan.
There we go. Paint chips again. That is, I believe, 3 kills for paint chips so far, and we're on round 5. Another elimination coming out from the Rise utility, but huge pressure being pushed
Good news
on.
for Boise State is that they have control of the spike. The spike was dropped right in the spawn, so Fisher College is going to be the ones that are going to be forced to move over. They've set up a turret, maybe a smoke to help them. Boise State is just holding these angles, able to pick up one. It's now 2-2.
If you had an Ares or Odin, you could hold that for much longer.
Oh,
with the
he's
amount
going
of
to be
bullets.
using the orbital strike to try to force them out. Get one, get two, and there's the first win for Boise State. We got something going here now.
That Brimstone beam coming in clutch there. And that round cost Boise State 2 of their 3 ultimates, but they're able to generate another one through those eliminations. So really equal utility spent for both teams here. Even Fisher committed some of their ultimates, but did not get the value they were hoping for. So right now, Boise State getting their first win finally, breaking the 4-win streak. Hopefully the ball will get rolling for them. Ooh.
Also, I think I saw Scythe from Fisher College settling for Guardian, if I believe.
Yep.
So it's going to have to go with a few save rounds this time. It's not a full save, but kind of a partial. Boise State now has their full loadout, which they've been waiting for. Oldham is waiting on this. Killjoy is going to wait for it to be planted down as Aldous Fisher is moving over toward A now.
Yeah, this KJ has just loved being that split pusher, trying to distract Boise State from what the main 4-man push of Fisher might be. But already the plant going down on A. Huge rotation having to come out here. But this KJ is always going to have to keep one member of Boise State watching their flank.
This should clear out the point pretty darn good. One thing is they've got this person hiding in the corner.
Breach hole.
Rolling Thunder, trade 1 from 1. Trying to unseat that Sage, but a cross angle is going to catch Rarina off guard. Mean picks up a triple afterwards. And everything falls aside.
A beautiful long play coming out from the KJ. Finally, the one time Boise State does not commit to flushing her out and getting that elimination, it bites them quite literally in the butt with her cleaning up their final push with a triple. So all that lost econ from getting eliminated first, she got it all back.
Well, it's the general pattern that we've been seeing so much for. When Boise State takes these unexpected flanks and gets to pick one, right as the start of the round, and Fisher, they are able to draw it pretty close or get the one win that they did. If Fisher plants the spike, then it's tough.
Yeah, once they get set up with that double sentinel comp, they are just not to be punny here, but unbreachable, even though they both have breaches.
Fisher's going to drop down a Killjoy. They're
Ooh.
blinded, but J-Bag missing on a bunch of Sheriff shots.
Ooh, Hike coming in with a double.
Oh.
If he had had a super shorty, I guarantee that would have been a double there of just bop, bop. But sadly did not have it. It's just the Sheriffs of Boise State once again has to save after losing prior round. Sky's able to at least pick up one on to Caloric, but will get traded out by Dory. Definitely. Oh, nice dink there.
Still has a good chunk of health, too, so. Oh, but one shot from the Vandal is going to take that away, so. I was trying to look at the glass half full. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe a timeout be brought out from Boise State. I'm seeing them miss on a few of these, high accuracy weapons that they need to be brought out. We're seeing especially J-Bag on tower. I mean, he had a lot of players who were blinded, but didn't manage to land the headshots. So before things get too out of control, I would expect Boise State to maybe, if not this round, maybe the next bring out timeout.
Yeah, these timeouts can definitely be game-changing, slowing down on the momentum, giving them a break, able to regroup and re-strategize here going up against this dominating Fisher College team, because Boise State is sitting at 1-6 right now. Oh, but a nice early pick!
So the last time these two teams faced off, just as an update, it was during the Red Bull Campus Clutch, and it was 13-8 Fisher winning. So Boise State should be able to, just based on their history, make this a closer game, hopefully win this one. They brought Fisher down. The doors are going to open, and J-Bag was waiting right there, but he's just having trouble with the aim.
Ooh, there's the
res. Very important. That basically evens up the whole match.
Yeah, we'll just have to re-pick up the guns. The Fade ult is online, but with only 3 alive, I don't see that coming out here for Boise State. But Rise gets her showstopper for Fisher if she wanted to bring out, but it seems they're going for the full rotation all the way to B from the flank as well. They got 40 seconds to make this rotation, so if Boise State is able to catch any of them out, this could be detrimental for them.
The good news for Boise State is this is where B is where they placed all their Killjoy utilities, so they should know, but it looks like they still have their minds on A, but are just going to move in through Dish this time. I think Raina is getting wise to the plan, or maybe they are indeed faking Boise State out to move over toward B. I think they hear a sound cue.
Ooh,
and the showstopper being brought out. He has to get out of the way of that as this Raze is in pursuit.
12 seconds for Spike Plant. They have to get it down now, and they will. But that buys Boise State that much more time to defuse it. And with the utility committed from the showstopper and getting none out of it, Fisher's not looking too good, but they still have that Sage for the defense here.
Now Boise State is moving through hole, setting up the turret, moving around the corner, picks up a double from Damio. It's only Psych left. He manages to pick up Rarina, and Boise State is low on health. They're trying to get the wallbang onto point A here. Can they take out that Sage? They do. And now it is 2-2-6.
Damio surviving with 5 HP and getting a double out of it. Huge play and swing from the Broncos is exactly what we want to see. No timeout even needed. Once again, breaking that win streak of Fisher, bringing us 2-6.
Great play by Boise State. This was exactly what they needed. I mean, we still have 4 rounds left in the first half, so if you're walking away with maybe a 6-6 or a 7-5, you're still not feeling too bad as Boise State.
Yeah, but we need to see Boise State
win more than one in a row.
Ooh, there's the shorty as well. I love seeing it. Just shotguns and LMGs. That's all I ever want to see in Valorant. Weapon variety, baby. It's fantastic. Still haven't seen any snipers come out either.
Boise State is taking some aggressive angles up to where Killjoy is.
They need to flush her out. They know she's there.
Oh, she's going to take the zip line.
Had they swung that a bit sooner, they could have shot her off of the zip line.
Fisher College is looking to take the tunnel route. Ooh. Move around the corner. Gunfire exchange, but neither one's. Throws the paint shells in there. Doesn't get far enough in the corner, however, so Fisher moves back. But now Boise State should know where all of Fisher is, and they have all this KJ utility on the point as well. So as long as they don't get too carried away, yeah, they're going to be using the alarm bot and the nano grenade.
Oh, showstopper.
Has to make a decision where you're going to
choose
it.
Goes for the long shot.
Oh, they move back to dodge it. But they are taking a lot of time away from Fisher. All that, and we still haven't gotten any picks. Well, there's one.
Oh, the 1-for-1 at least, so Boise State's able to at least keep it even, not having the health advantage perk of bringing in that Sage. Making huge gains for Fisher as Brimstone ult coming online. They do have control of A, so Spike will go down in the corner. Gonna have to go slow rotation. Also having the Guardian Ming getting a double. Spelling doom for Boise State this round, but down but never out. Ooh, tiny little pixel underneath that Sage wall. Sole survivor J-Bag.
That is disgusting.
Oh, they were waiting for him.
That is just the most offensive of shenanigans I have ever seen. The 1 pixel under the Sage wall.
And even then, once he breaks it, she's just, hi, I'm here. So, Fisher still continuing very strong here. Double Sentinel. Boise State, if they're able to deny side plant or force it to where they have no time remaining, Fisher begins to panic a little bit, and Boise State's able to take the advantage. But if Fisher has time to set up and on point, Boise State has been unable to break those defenses of the double Sentinel. So, need to either get an early pick that has always been able to give them the leg up early on, or defend these points and deny any access to them. Right now, they have to clear out the backfield. Realizing no one is there, that should allow Fisher possibly access to B as they finally rotate back over to site control. Slow and steady.
Boise State spread out pretty darn evenly, but Syke takes the pick onto Damio and now J-Bag. And that's a triple.
Will he get the quad? They're going for site plant, rushing as fast as they can. Right in, KJ trying to rotate in as fast as they can. Sees the utility get placed on the ground. Ooh. Trying to find the heads on the rotations. Syke's up to a quad here. He's going to go hunting for the Penta.
Yep, I think he gets it. Oh, they denies him! The ace! Beautiful play by Rarina. That's just a win to make you feel good.
No one is there. 100%. Very happy to see that come out for Boise State. Definitely a moral victory there, shutting down the quad. But with no time remaining, was unable to try to run over, grab the gun, and then go for a push. Just had to see what they could pick up with the Sheriff continued. So we're getting towards the last 2 rounds before the swap. Boise State, if they're at least able to win this next 2 rounds, are looking much better and would have quite literally double the wins they would have now. But Fisher is been so dominating, going for another B push, but this time also committing the KJ to the flank, and with a very aggressive satchel push, Rise picks up the first blood. Ooh.
Now that the spike's down, Boise State in a position where it's the same story playing out over and over again. They're going to be able to get at least 1 pick, Rarina. But now with this 2v4, it would have to be a rally that we haven't seen from them quite yet.
They're running out of time to use their ultimates. Fisher's just saving them for if they ever need to go for a retake, as Spike is down. Only 2 members remaining. This might be where you want to just try to stay alive with the guns you have, because the Boise State Econ has been killing them. And this attacking as J-Bag will get found out. Seems Rain is just going to try to live with the single Vandal he was able to keep.
Now we get the big question on everyone's mind is if we end up with the infamous 9-3, if Boise State wins this, maybe they can take that rolling into the 2nd round, or will Fisher claim yet another?
Still think it wouldn't be a bad idea to call a timeout here, just to try to help the Boise State morale after losing so many rounds. But if we were able to get 3-9, maybe. 2 ultimates remaining, maybe they'll just take the timeout after the first round in the 2nd half. Just have to wait and see, as it's 2-2 for the ultimate economy here. Boise State is just going to have to buy whatever they can here, Try to close things out. Going to go early.
Right off the bat, Rarina chooses Spawn, and it works out. He picks up a double. They're going to try to reset that, but still, overall, they force the res out. Still have 5-4.
Yeah, very gutsy play is going to pay off for Boise State. We love to see it. Both KJ and ults are online, though. Going for a very aggressive swap over to the B site. Sadly, though, Aldum does not have the line of sight. Ooh, there's Killjoy coming out from Fisher, as well as Boise State back-to-back.
No one is going to be allowed to get near point B.
Oh, no, they're just going to push right through
Oh,
it.
they are. Do they even know it's there? Oh, okay, they are able to get through it.
No players detained, but they do have high ground positioning. Once again, double sentinel is set up. Can Boise State attack it when they have the numbers advantage this time around, as well as the health advantage? Sage unable to even heal herself up. Paint Chips comes out. They know there's
waiting for peek out from tower. He knows they're there. Is going to try to make it a 2-on-1. Baited out with the defuse. They throw the paint shells. Is able to get the double with the spray transfer. And Boise State is going to make it 3-9.
Predicted it. 3-9 always comes out as even bringing out the Rolling Thunder as a victory ult here. Boise State finally wins around with more than 2 people surviving. That is definitely the swing they needed. But now, Boise State swapping sides is now on the attack.
Well, this is going to be one of those opportunities here also where Boise State is going to have their work cut out for them, because we were talking toward the beginning of this round how much Fisher is set up for a more defensive play style with these 2 Sentinels. So, but I think the answer lies in what Boise State, getting victories in the past is just, very kind of all in or nothing that's worked out for them.
Yeah, and hopefully here on attack they're able to just push as the group with the double infiltrator and utilize the speed that they have, especially now that they're pushing up a defensive Fisher with only 2 members on the B site. But once again, these early rounds have been a struggle for Boise State as of late. So I'll have to just wait and see if they're able to change it up since they have such a attacking-sided team comp.
They are moving into tower right now.
This is what we want to see from them.
Throws out the bomb bot, is able to take a 2-on-1. It's going to trade 1 for 1. Boise State has the advantage now, 4-3. Forcing Fisher off the point.
Spike gets lost, though, by Aldum unable to go down and out of position. Boise State's going to have to go for eliminations here as they're unable to reclaim the spike, but Syke has line of sight here.
This is nice on the ghost. Long-range weapon, and Fisher isn't nearby.
I believe Caloric also has a frenzy.
He is going to be able to pick up the spike, so maybe place that down, at least get the extra credits for it.
Yeah,
this is...
they're going to go for the flank all the way through the mid. They are. They got 36. They're going to have to go fast here. But
I think they're going to,
Fisher's
now
not going to get aggressive here
Fisher
either.
is not going to be able to catch him.
This is what the team comps were playing for. Fisher wanted defensive, but now since they don't have the defensive position, Boise's going to utilize their double infiltrator across the map and get the plant down.
To land a headshot right here again.
He gets it, but 2 health.
Gets through. It's down to 1v1. J-Bag has...
Oh, but Sage heals up as well.
Yeah, so it has to be a perfect contest from J-Bag, who does not have full health. He does have 1 util left.
Oh, the wall
going to
goes
throw
down.
out the wall. No, I don't think he can. He has to move around.
Oh, she was ready for it.
This Sage.
Cursor placement means that Sage will get it. These Sage walls have caused Boise State so much trouble. Especially every time that they've gone to the A site. Fisher knows how to put these walls down on the A site. I think if Boise State sticks to B, they did very well on the B side as well. It was definitely a gutsy play to go for the rotation over there, but they gave up so much ground, especially after trading 1 for 1. I'm surprised that J-Bag did not try to go for the collapse on the rotations, but that is only the first round of this second half. So Boise State can easily bring it back, but it is 3-10. Fisher is only 3 away from closing out map 1 in this best of 5.
Oh! Wow. trade 1-for-1.
Stinger. Oh, but the flank from behind will take down J-Bag as well as Daimyo.
Ooh, and has a sheriff, so can't exactly spray transfer with that. Picks up 1, but now it's 3-1. Rarina left. Swap over to the Spectre.
Ooh, taking a lot of poke damage. Throws out the molly to close it. Gonna zip line across. The sole survivor, even with the spike, will he get seen? He will!
He does. Oh, and falls down. And
yeah, Zipline can only take you so fast, and they actually swung that just in time to see it and take him down. He wasn't even watching his rear with bullets. So Fisher will take their second victory in this half. Still no timeout to come out, though.
And at this point, Boise State is going to have to win this. This is the round that they have full purchases on. If they don't win this, it's going to be difficult. In fact, they're not even going for full purchases here. They're waiting for that final round, that 12 round from Fisher.
Yeah.
So maybe they can. They will have no room for error should they lose this.
Yeah, this is where we need to see a very clean, flawless round from the Broncos in order to not be at match point next round for Fisher here. It's going to have to be playing some of the best Valorant for just map 1 in a best of 5 here, but all of them is going to be hit by the stun from the breach, allowing Fisher to push up from the A site. So now they're having to full commit to B. Ooh. Bulldog coming in good for Logan, able to take down Skies. 9 health, J-Bag
just hanging out in that grenade. He is still able to take out Ming, so makes it 3-3. Take
Walks
a lot.
through the
wow,
molly.
gutsy. Taking the molly damage, but overall trading it. J-Bag still has only 9 left.
The showstopper.
Right. Solo ultimate onto him. Trying to use the Guardian, and that is just frustrating.
I thought that was the Bulldog, not the Guardian.
No, that was the Guardian.
Oh.
Due to the
Skin's throwing me off, but Boise State able to get it more kills than we've seen them in these prior rounds, but still the flank coming out from Fisher able to collapse on that B side. Hey, not having either the life or the numbers advantage here really hurt them. They had a great aggressive push that we see from double infiltrator teams, but they got collapsed on in the rear. They were able to perform very well with the Sheriffs, but now it's match point. They have to spend every credit that they have to try to pull out a win here. They do have their showstopper online. Hopefully able to pick up 1, maybe 2. If the Broncos are ever so lucky, it seems that they want to... Ooh, no one's even carrying the spike. They're trying to find a single opening on either site.
Yeah, but it seems all of this baiting out for Fisher. Fisher's not going to fall for it. They're staying strong.
Calm, cool, collected right now. They got a minute of time there. The defenders, they have no reason to push out as Boise State has to push into double sentinel. This is why Fisher has this team comp. They know that they were able to just hold them out here. All out defense or all out offense. And right now, defense is winning. Slow push on to B. They have to be slow and methodical. They cannot take an early loss like this. A lot of utility being committed. And the showstopper trying to go for that aggressive push, running out of time. Might just have to give it up. Running out of time, just going to have to throw it around the corner. Throws it straight down. Will not find anyone.
They do get the spike down, but at this point you can't even be playing for the next round in the credits that you'd get. In the familiar tunnel, Fisher likes to hang out, and they're going to get their first pick onto Oldham.
With the Guardian, no less.
I think it's the one they picked up from Boise State as well.
Oh, there's one. A beautiful flank coming out from Reyna.
How's the molly? Has the post plant lineup all set.
Ooh,
Trade 1-for-1 makes it 3-1. There's a victory for Boise State. It's going to have to be the first of many.
Yeah, they're going to need to practically reverse sweep here to take Fisher College to at least overtime. They cannot afford a single loss here. And Fisher has a lot of econ after winning those first 2 rounds. So, Boise State, with only 1 ultimate to their name, going up against the Resurrection on the side of Fisher. They did lose 2 members, so they don't have the best econ, but winning that round should help them recuperate those losses just a little bit. Shorty even coming out from Daimyo. Ooh, nice early pick.
by Skies, and all of Fisher is bunched up, so they're going to throw out the bomb bot.
Still waiting to see a bomb bot kill. We've seen a ton of paint shards with those grenades.
Smash to make it past Jory's sidelines. But they're still not going to push up to A. Boise State is still trying to keep their options open between A and B.
It worked for them in the prior round. Just try to wait them out, go for then a very aggressive push.
This is going to be great for Oldham. He gets the Killjoy.
Could lead in with it.
Bunch of utility thrown out.
The turret in the back, though, might give away some
Turret
position.
gets a couple hits onto them,
Ooh.
but still able managed to take out Logan.
Only had the Sheriff. Seems that Fisher is going for a save, being able to pick up one, but Sky's on a triple here. Dory with the stinger, taking down J-Bag.
Oh, sees the shoulder of Dory.
Yeah. Now it's just, can they hold against the retake coming out from Fisher? This is something Boise State should be able to succeed with.
Skies has an opportunity here.
We want to see that ace come out here, that Penta. Knows he's pushing side. He's right there. He's
And
got
he
the
is
sideline.
indeed going to get it. Boise State ace.
Momentum building and building here for the Broncos. Back-to-back wins and an ace. We love to see it coming out for Skies.
I just need to feel the need to point it out. Fisher has not gotten an ace so far.
They only got that quad.
They only got the quad that was denied specifically by Boise State.
Showing them how it's done. So, Fisher right now, 2-round loss, but has 4 ultimates built up here against Boise State's 2. So I expect a huge ultimate economy switch up here in this round because Fisher wants to close it out here. So they've just been at that match point for so long. But Boise State's not going to give them an inch here. Once again, going for this B push. This has been their best site.
Killjoy thrown down by Boise State to clear out B. Seems they're going for Fisher's mentality here of just make sure that they get the plant.
Force the defenders to become the attackers. Falling back very quickly, watching their flank. They've definitely learned their lesson from Ming on this Killjoy, but
Rolling
the
Thunder
double.
And Nightfall brought out in response from Boise State, as well as Orbital Strike right onto Tower. Skies is able to pick up one, but now it is just 2 left for Boise State to try to hang on to dear life.
Yeah, a bit early on that Orbital Strike, but
Trade 1 for 1, and that's going to be it. Boise State fall into Fisher College.
Yeah.
13-5, but still that's not too far off to the last time they faced Fisher College. It was 13-8. So Boise State maybe on a different stage, one that they're more comfortable with.
For sure.
We still got a long way to go. It is a best of 5 after all. Well, this December, Boise State Esports is partnering with Idaho Central Credit Union and the Idaho Food Bank to host the Giving Games Kit Charity Tournament. Gamers will compete for glory, but the ultimate winners will be neighbors facing hunger who will receive nutritious food for meals thanks to contestant and spectator support. Every dollar donated can provide up to 4 meals, so scan the QR code on the screen right now for more information on how you can contribute. So Fracture is in the bag. Fisher is up 1-0, but we still have a long way to go. Next 2 stages that we are for sure going to see are going to be Bind and Haven, which you were calling out. You were calling out Haven. You thought we were going to see Haven.
Yeah, that was definitely, I know, a favorite of both of these teams at a time. Probably definitely more on the Fisher side. And I know Bind has been a love-hate relationship for our Boise State team. So after losing Fracture, I would assume Boise State took the Bind and then Fisher will take Haven. So it's going to come down to this next map of will we see a 4th map or will Fisher continue a very dominating performance? Boise State was finally able to bring it back, but having committed to double Infiltrator, not able to puncture the double Sentinel play that Fisher had. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see, and we'll take a short break before we get to the second match. Be back with Boise State versus Fisher right now. You're not going to want to go away.
NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds does it. The last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. It gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness.
There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of ECAC Valorant in the playoff season. Boise State University is going up against Fisher in Valorant right now. And Boise State is going to have to move on to the second stage in bind after Fisher picked up an early win on Fracture. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Brenner Lack, calling all the action for you today. I hope the team was able to get a good break in between them. It did look like Fracture was probably Fisher's early pick, so now we move on to something that the team is much more used to, Bind. You said they had a love-hate relationship with it, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a map that has come and gone from the Boise State's favor, and I think right now it's in their favor going into this next match, seeing as Fisher had a pretty dominating performance on Fracture. Hopefully we can see the Boise reverse side of that and have a very dominating performance on Bind here, a map that we've seen them play quite often in recent matches and do very well on. So having taken a lot of lessons learned from the prior match, I wouldn't be surprised if Boise State goes for maybe a more defensive team comp, seeing as how well it worked for Fisher and how well that the defensive Sentinels on their team performed.
It definitely seemed like the Sentinel game was what set Fisher apart in that first round, but these players are ready to load in, ready to give their all, and if they want to give their all, they're going to have to follow a few keys to the game, Doc's keys to the game in a Valorant brought to us by Drop In Gaming, and that is to focus angles and flank, know your win condition, count cards and call abilities, and click heads, of course. Doc's Keys game brought to us by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Right ahead into the second stage of Boise State University versus Fisher in Bind. Yeah, you can see the players all up on stage. I don't know if we have the lineup all set up, if the graphic has updated. Sometimes that can be a little bit screwy, but there you see Damio sitting there. Seems like they're in pretty good spirits, which is all you can ask for. And Boise State still keeping it within the range. Remember, the best they did against Fisher last time was 8 versus 13. So Boise State definitely an underdog tournament. And while the names might be a little messed up, you can see there. You see Damio, J-Bag. We've got everyone here in the lineup.
Yep. And that's the perk of playing in this best of 5 is losing map 1 doesn't mean you're at game point here with his map. You have one more map to still bring it back on top of this one. So they got a lot of learning from Fracture. So now this is Bind is where we see probably their best performance come out here, and most likely a Chamber, which I know is definitely one of the team's favorites. So here in Bind, this is the time to make it shine.
And we actually didn't see a Chamber at all on Fracture.
Oh,
we didn't see the picks. Yep, there's Chamber on one, but not the other. We do see the Cypher, which you were talking about. You have to see him. It's his home on Bind. He's known for being good here.
Yeah, so it seems that between the Sky and the Cypher will be making the difference rather than this perfect mirror match, as well as the Fade and not the Rise. Oh, it is the Chamber. All right, so Boise
I do believe Boise State is in the red this time, so we just got a team swap.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you very much. Boise State on attack first, which they were on defense first last time.
Yeah, Fisher also has loved sticking with a healer in their comps. We saw Sage last time, this time Sky, whereas Boise State is definitely sticking a little bit more defensive, but both the Rise and the Brimstone have worked out very well for them, and also on Bind are quintessential with the current meta. So, seems Boise State now on attack are going to go
Fisher
for aggressive
is taking a very aggressive push through A short, already taking Aldum off. They're going as a whole unit. That is just nasty, but Boise State uses that opportunity to try to sneak past, maybe get the spike planted, but no, they are too slow. Only getting one. That is... Ugh, that
with
is
that
horrible.
Sheriff just on point with their aim right now. Boise State's aim is taking a while to warm up here. They just need the gun advantage, I would hope, as the Stingers now coming online for Fisher. Boise State looking for the next entry of attack. But Fisher pushing right down the middle and able to just swing on the rotations. Boise State didn't even have a single smoke placed to cover that rotation either. In the first round, trying to see what the strategy of Fisher might be, but they were full 5-man stacked in the middle as well. So heading into round 2, seems going to be more split 3 and 2 for both teams.
Boise State now looking to take Hookah as their first.
Leaving the spike behind as well.
Look at this. Yeah, he's hiding behind the wall too, but Odom with the double is going to open things up for the Broncos. Now A is completely clear.
Gotta love that Cypher showing his face. Got eliminated first last round. This time gets a double very early on. But Dory with that Spectre is able to pick up a revenge onto Daimyo. Did cost him a lot of his health. So, heading into the second round, we are waiting to see what Boise State's plan of attack might be, as both Viper walls will be placed onto the A site. Boise State still going with a slow push, finally bringing the spike with him this time, though. Hold'em still at half health. It's the only one pushing the site on the far side. Going down the mid, finally will get it.
Picks up the credits, so the plant is down. Now Boise State can play the more defensive game as Fisher now moves in, rotates through their own spawn. One's going to go up to heaven, the other two moving off to the right. Here we
This
go.
is where the retake for Fisher comes in. Boise State at least has the numbers advantage.
Ooh, waiting. He does get the headshot onto him. He is hanging on. How do you hang on in that?
Oh!
Rarita
Point
shot
blank.
in lamps is going to be able to pick it up.
Nice.
And
Back-to-back
just
point
one more.
blank
Now you have to
Sheriffs.
say that this is a
Has the
raise
Spectre.
one.
Has that cross? Okay. All right. Shooting where he was.
Was that even supposed to be? Production, can we have a replay right now just on that last play? I need to see this. This isn't an attack strategy here. What I just saw was a vaudeville act, okay? Okay, yeah, here we go. Look, this raise is hanging on by just one, and then look. Now you didn't even see the best part. You missed it. I don't get to make my joke. Now I'm angry. But Boise State isn't angry because they're at 1-1.
A passionate.
He was just walking
third
by.
round. Yep. Wait. Guys, this is only round 3 of the second map.
But a much better start for Boise State.
Also, a much more aggressive defense on the side of a for Fisher here, making sure Alden will not get an early double as he did before. So we'll have to see how their B push goes this time. Only 3 defenders getting very aggressive here, not even with the double infiltrators. Pushing right into it, but does not clear the left side. Corners costing them dearly. That is a triple for Fisher College with only Reyna able to pick up one onto Dory. Watching their flank, but Fisher's not going to get aggressive. Playing that defensive role very well here.
Boise State caught up in Fountain awkwardly as their spike was dropped out. So at this point, Fisher can just keep the sightlines going. 2 snakebites are going to be thrown out. A few pre-fires, and he gets a headshot with that
Phantom.
Spectre, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, with Spike down, they have that line of sight. Reyna's not looking good, has no utility. Wall already committed very early on the A site, trying to flank him out with triple sightlines. Even the blind, able to get a double through the collateral.
What? Okay, he's turned everything around.
Oh!
He's got one more. He's going to use the teleport. Picks up the spike. It's 1-1.
He's going to have to watch his flank, though. Oh, Chamber doesn't even go for the teleport either. This is going to have to be the quickest rotation here.
He has enough time. He's got to plant it.
He's going to be right in the sideline. He's not even going through the teleport. He's just going all the way around.
Production, I hope you have that ace button all prime, because this has to be
Pit.
Viper's Pit 2. He's playing for keeps.
Doesn't even have a shorty, but Chambers even just going to walk right through it. Reyna's not even looking behind him.
Oh,
he's hidden behind the smoke. He has 1 health. He sees the gun barrel and gets it.
Wow. Oh, that wasn't an angle he should have taken. I mean, when you consider how the round was, that was still an amazing performance.
In a 1v4 situation.
But at that point, he was hanging out behind that angle as if he had a shorty, but he had a much longer barrel.
Yeah. That is definitely one of the biggest weaknesses of the Phantom, is just how long it is. You can see that barrel from around the corner, and if you look to the right, at least you try to hide it the best you can, but Chamber knew those corners. Corners so far have been the death of Boise State. Checking those corners, can say it so many times, has just hurt them again and again and again. Already teleporting up to the high ground, gonna try to throw them off. No shorty though, does have the Sheriff. Phantoms have been the name of the game so far, but now that Econ is a little bit built up, we're gonna see a couple Vandals come out here. Still haven't seen a single sniper all game, not even in map 1 here. Now Chambers here, we might see at least 1. Cypher ult is up, as well as Seekers.
This guy's going to take the 1 point closer to the showstopper. Fisher has these Seekers available. Boise State, meanwhile, has the neural theft. Always just a problem to find a way to use that, so.
Boise State cannot afford to play the waiting game for too long. Hunt comes out, able to find one. They know one's in cubby there.
Oh,
ooh, Skies!
I think this right now, in fact. Oh, passes over. Yeah, I like that. And has, oh, look at all of those tripwires set out. This is what I like to see.
This is why we love the Cypher.
He's keeping the rotation through mid-market.
Tasmanian Tiger tries to cause some disruption. Even Reyna's rotating out. The Viper on the side of Fisher.
He's not looking. Oh, mean.
Ming with the double. Once again,
that was
these
way
flanks.
too successful a flank. Oh, he's going to try to plant
They
it.
don't have the line of sight. That's half to defuse. Once again, couldn't check corners with Caloric. All of them's going to have to check it, but that's the defuse. And the Boise gets wiped. So Broncos not looking good heading into round 5 here.
I mean, you were kind of I was thinking Boise State was already kind of preemptively rolling down A short because they thought there was going to be a rotation through mid. Mm-hmm. But then all of a sudden they turned around and looked back toward the point and I was just so. I thought maybe it's because they sent one of their own through the teleporter, and then once that person on the other side of the teleporter was like, oh, there's no one here, hey, you don't have to worry, you can take another angle, but they didn't check all of the flank route.
Hunt does scout out at least the Brimstone, but Daimyo is solo pushing. Will have to end up falling back after the smoke is committed. Skies once again getting first blood of the round. Taking that Viper's Pit out of the equation. Orbital Strike is online as well as the Showstopper. Of course, as soon as I say it, it's going to be utilized point blank, and it's only going to be used to take himself out.
Orbital Strike. Doesn't look like it's aimed onto the point. It's enough for Boise State to plant. This one thing Boise State has also been a lot better at right now is just making sure they get the plants down every round. But the op is being brought out by Fisher, and that is a dangerous sight to see.
Caloric survived that Showstopper with 1 HP. And
okay, Viper's Pit. Snakebite actually takes out one.
Caloric's heal was on cooldown, unable to
get it. The chamber is now on the point. He's moving up. The volley goes down. He takes the shot. He gets the chamber. The defuse.
Spray. He's at 1 HP. Woo! There we go. Guys, we just need an Ares or Odin to hold that spray that much longer. Come on now. Come on now. That's all I'm asking for. Or some shorty plays. Or even to Judge, maybe. Judge actually works pretty well on this map. But Boise State will finally get a win here, bringing us 3-2 for the Boise State attack, nearing halfway of the first half.
And another sip.
So right now, Boise's able to buy, whereas Fisher is going to have to save. Meanwhile, Tour de Force will be brought out by the chamber. Prowler sent out, not able to find anyone. Prowler brought out again. This time, it's going to be shot out. The smoke comes in out, and Skies takes a huge shot through the smoke. Well, Skies, who traditionally got first blood, will no longer be able to do so with only 5 HP, cannot be as aggressive as he likes. Aldom's camera able to survive, but Tour de Force round the corner takes him down. That is no more camera.
But they got eyes on that teleporter.
Snakebite tries to bounce it off the wall rather than over the box, surprisingly. Paint Chips. That's another kill for Paint Chips. I believe we are up to 5 for the night. Viper Wall's already committed in the same spots on the A site. We stay with only 2 members remaining.
Hunt instantly going to be taken out. Move up toward Ming in lamps.
That Sheriff really doing work for Ming right now. As only the sole survivor of Daimyo comes out of hiding to face that Tour de Force to the face.
Flawless from Fisher. And at this point, this might be a good time for a timeout, actually, for Boise State. Just before things get, a little bit too yap, you know what? When you know, you know. And you don't want to, let 3 rounds in a row go by. You have to remind yourself that this is a much better start than Boise State got off into on Fracture. So
all thanks to that Cypher.
All thanks to the Cypher, yes. Now, if only the Cypher was holding an Odin, then we'd be truly unstoppable.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is the golden gun of this game. We all know it.
Some casters want to analyze everything critically and think of all the matchups and counter matchups and every possible way. Brenner just wants to see an Odin, and he's happy.
I mean, Ares is great and all, but it's not noted. You know, if you know, you know.
I mean, basically, over your time here, I have to say, looking back, because this is your final time here, as time went on, your preferences have just kind of devolved into, I want to see this one thing and then I'm happy. If it's
wrong.
in Valorant, it's an Odin. If it's in Overwatch, it's a Battle Mercy.
Well, most of the time it's just Mercy because I miss my girl, but Battle Mercy just makes it that much better. However, Odin has been a viable strategy. We've seen it on Sovas in prior maps. Dreammaker used to be my golden boy. He used to run it all the time, and it was beautiful, living up to his name. Now we are still waiting to see who on this Boise State roster will step up to replace him on that pedestal. But as timeout is over, Boise's able to regroup with 3 of their own ultimates.
They get a lot of damage onto one. He's going to get healed back up.
Perks of having that Sky right now back to full health. No Viper's Pit to help with the aggressive A push. Psych going for that point blank, as well as Caloric with that Spectre will have the advantages.
Unfortunate crosshair placement for Boise State.
Even J-Bag tried to go for a swing, and now it is a 1v5, a possible another flawless here for Fisher.
Picks up
quickly
one.
denied with that beautiful one-shot headshot. Coming out from Psych to deny Daimyo's hopes and dreams with a triple.
But at least manages to pick up one on what is essentially a save round. Boise State moving on. We are going to miss that smiling face on the screen right now.
I hate that picture.
Well, then probably all the better for you. This is your last time you have to see it.
You're not wrong. But
I mean, yeah, Psych has really kind of been stepping up. If I remember correctly, Psych was also the Sage, correct?
In prior rounds, yes.
So
and
he's
it
top
was
fragger.
Ming on the Killjoy, who's definitely tightened up their play and gotten much better. Tries to go for the judge as well.
There
He's
you go.
able to
Gets
pick up
one. Okay, I'm happy.
That's the best thing you could ask for in that situation.
Oh, Nightfall being brought out by Boise State as well
Those
as the
ones
orbital
right
strike.
there,
They are
gets it.
after Fisher and are going to take out Dory. Now Boise State has a one-person advantage, going for the plant rather quickly. Now they can play post-plant. Marina keeping some watch over the point, throws out a snake bite.
Ooh, Tasmanian Tiger coming through the corners. Gets up from behind.
Now I like Marina keeping a little bit more of a mind toward the flank here. You can't let what happened last time happen, and they're going to stop it before it can. Ooh, it's 2 for 2, though.
Ming has been that dedicated flanker
get
for
this,
Fisher.
You can pick up that op from Fisher. He misses on the op shot. He's trying to go for 2, but he just kind of goes between both of them and picks up none.
Yeah, both members being stacked in that A-short mid will get taken down to Caloric, and even picking up the op for his chamber means that Fisher will survive and take another round, putting them 6-2. Boise State not looking too good as we're getting closer and closer to the halfway marker. Very little ultimate usage in the prior round as well. Only the Nightfall came out. Would love to see both the Cypher and Viper's Pit come out for Boise State. We know they like using Viper's Pit, and it has been a good play for them in the past. Clears out the point, near equivalent to a Killjoy as well, but means they still have to get on site first and have enough members alive to do so. Seems last round in the prior, the aggressive pushes work in their favor, but this time going a little bit more defensive with the Sheriff looking in the wrong angle. Will get taken down.
Yeah, that's one of the dangers of having those smokes right in the middle of the doors. You open up those sneaky angles to where they can sneak by and away as if the smoke wasn't there at all.
Double Viper utility committed on B and A.
He knows they're there. A few shots right. Oh, he just gives up his position.
Yeah, whenever we're retreating like that, I'm surprised they do not watch the Dory on the retreat.
Yeah,
and Caloric's going to close that out with a double. And another flawless for Fisher College.
Yeah, I think also just the target priority here. I think Boise State for lack of a better term, and I can't exactly get in their mind, but what I'm seeing here is what I might call tunnel vision, just because that's what it's looking like to me. They're so focused on getting one specific player or holding down this one specific angle that Fisher's just playing around them.
Yeah. Flexibility of Fisher has definitely been shown here of how quickly they can adapt to the Broncos' strategy. So we'll see if the Broncos are able to match that flexibility and try to adapt their own, or are going to continue with this is our strategy, we will do it. They're able to at least take down Ming this time, so they don't have to worry about any flankers, as Ming has been their go-to player. Here, Salchel charges right onto site. We'll get 1-for-1. Caloric goes down. Who's going to go for the Viper's Pit right on site. Nice positioning on it, too. Should buy them the time.
Oh,
Sees it,
nice mid-air jump.
Nice shutdown.
And I like the look here of the Neuro Theft. There's just one left.
The back-to-back
Fisher.
ultimate.
This is a nice recovery. Quad for Arena.
Well deserved.
Huge amount of credits now moving back over toward Boise State. They can pick. Did they pick up the I don't think they did.
They did. All right. Just going to let it go by the wayside. But that's still a quad with double ult commitment. I think that it was well-deserved for our Broncos' victory. Only losing a single member is definitely what they want to see. But Reyna left with no money. They kind of need to win the round here, or else they will be hurting for next round. Just going to have to ask their team to buy for them. B has been the most successful site for them in that prior round. So I'm not going for the A push. Fisher still committing that 3-man on A. Oldham's going to just be holding the back line. He has both trip mines set up, so Boise is at least covered in the flank. Perks of having that Cypher. That's why I love him. Paint chips
moving
coming
up
out,
through
Satchel.
Hookah. Skies, Mean was just waiting for him.
Checking the corners. Had to just take that 50-50 chance. Did not pay off. Once again, not checking corners.
Yep, it's cross angles.
Yeah, Fisher's just set up beautifully. Only having the orbital strike will not even need it with only 2 members remaining as the Viper wall comes up. But Daimyo is able to at least pick up Caloric. Trading out for J-Bag.
Has the elbow in mind.
And has Spike on him, so unless he gets cut off here. Oof, look at the angle. He has now been scouted out.
I
this
think
is
they're
where the
going to
collapse.
pinch him in, yeah.
Yep. 30 seconds left. He has to go for this push here. One shot, headshot will do him in, bringing Fisher 8-3. The game said itself. This is the last round before the half. Spend all the money you got. Use as many ultimates as you can farm up here. We will see that orbital strike as well as the showstopper coming out for both teams. So we see the placement of the trip mines once again covering those rotations that have hurt them so much in the past. Has definitely helped shut down Ming with those master flanks. But Boise State still struggling to get on site without losing so many members. As example, Sky's trying to push right through A short, will get taken down very promptly. Ooh, even the Tasmanian Tiger going through the teleporter, scout out at least one. Psych knows he's there, will go for the long rotation round, but loses that gunfight thanks to the long range advantage of that Phantom against the Vandal. Still trying to go for this A push. Only Ming is going to maintain the B site. They could try to go through rotation through the teleporter, but that will give away the sound cue. Walking right into Dory's line of sight. That is a triple for Dory. Oh, the orbital strike right on his head. Barely has enough health to survive, but with Ming behind him, able to at least collapse it. That's a quad for Reyna.
This is the, oh man, it's the same scenario playing out again.
Against Chamber again, but this time no Viper's Pit. He does not have Spike either. I don't believe Chamber knows where it is, so Reyna has the possibility, but he has the Headhunter.
Oh.
6 health. He has to run him down here through the teleport. He cannot afford to go all the way around. Spike goes down. He's running him down.
Just enough time. Boom. Trying to play below him. Oh, but that reload is going to...
Yep, he heard it.
Oh.
Doesn't have the health to win that gunfight. So, Logan on this chamber will secure 9-3. The exact same thing we saw last map. Side swaps coming in here. Boise State had a very good early game getting those 3 wins, but longer went on. Fisher was able to adjust their strategy and tear apart the Broncos here. So, when it comes to the defense against this chamber and a Cypher, things are looking up for the Broncos. Cypher doing very well here. Fingers crossed we will be able to see him outperform Fisher as we get ready for the first round of the second half on Bind. Even the Frenzy coming out for J-Bag, as well as that Daimyo, I believe. So, trying to take early close engagements. Sticking with A short, though. Oh, Skies. The double Frenzy. Hopefully you see a little bit of magic happen here. These early rounds have definitely been favored Boise State, at least on Bind. And they're setting up their own cross angles, learning from their mistakes. But is Fisher going to check their corners? No, Shorty getting 3-man pushed will force him out. Sky's able to take down Ming. It's caused him so much trouble in the past. I think this is where we've seen the tunnel vision come out here from Boise State, just focusing down Ming, looking for that flank. As the Frenzy comes out, needs to check his corners.
Last player standing.
1v4 situation.
Not much Skies can do here with just a Frenzy. Maybe just try to pick up one. He does. So that's something.
Yeah, especially in these early rounds, getting that tiny little bit of econ can hopefully afford you a gun, but it seems that Broncos will save for next round, as Fisher winning that will go for the bye. Getting full shields as well. It seems Broncos are also going to force buy here, bringing out a Judge as well as a Marshall and 2 Stingers. Seems Alnum and J-Bag are going to go for that close hold and hope that this Marshall will be enough to hold them back. The Judge might be able to hold them back here. It seems like they're going to go for B long rather than short here. Viper wall comes up. Tasmanian Tiger's going to get sniped out here. Slow and steady. Ooh, nice blind. All 3 with the Guardian through the wall to take down Daimyo. But Reyna's there with the Sheriff to take down Ming. They don't have to worry about a flank anymore, but Fisher has full B site control. Only Skies with the Judge is able to take down 1, make that 2, and lives to tell the tale.
And he's still got the Judge, so he can...
Ooh! J-Mag with the flank on the Stinger as well. Not going to win against the Vandal in that long range.
Oh, no,
and Logan's just going to close it out with a quad like that. We, here on Test, thought the Broncos had it,
chamber. It's been this one chamber every single time.
The chamber. This is why I've been so surprised that the Broncos did not bring a chamber. I'm ecstatic that they brought a Cypher, but the chamber... See why he got nerfed, and it still hasn't made that much of a difference with how strong of a character he is. But also, the player behind him has just been outperforming.
Needs to be nerfed, too.
Not wrong. Logan doing very well here. Very curious to see what that kill feed would look like with him bringing it back for his team there. But once again, Fisher only able to get quads, no ace. Whereas the Boises were at least able to do that. Tasmanian Tiger will get taken down by the Sheriff from Aldum. Using the best to scout it out. A full 8 commitment from both teams. Logan with this Vandal. Able to pick up 1. Broncos only having Sheriffs getting torn apart. Skies wants to go with this judge. If he gets pushed, has the possibility. He needs to stay in these close angles. He will get torn apart any other way. Hey!
Nice from Skies, who's going to pick up a few credits from that.
Especially on the
Maybe
Logan.
with the judge, but no, they're hanging way too far back for that to be useful.
Yeah, pushing that angle should have definitely gone over to the Classic, but I respect the commitment to the judge. As Boise State, this is match point.
I do have to say, I think you hit it on the nail on the head really aptly there, Brenner, saying, that Boise State's still the only team to get an ace, whereas everything everything Fisher's done.
Moral victories.
It's almost as if they've been trying to pull off a facsimile of the real thing, but just can't beat Boise State in terms of that.
Instead, they're just going to beat him in the game. Ooh, Reina's going to nice early pick on Dory, but Daimyo will get traded out. Showstopper able to pick one up. A nice flank through mid. Taking a play out of Fisher's. His tour de force is also out here, but they're going to have to hold these close angles if they want to be able to take him down. Swinging that angle is not the right plan, so thankfully, Harlem does not do that. But having control of the mid means Fisher not having a great opening, but they created it instead by getting a double.
Boise State has only 2 left, and that is... They do know where the spike is. That is the one thing going for them, so they know that they can keep this sideline against Mean. Gets a headshot on him, but it's with the Phantom, not the Vandal.
Nice pinch there for the Broncos. Even things out 2-2, but that headhunter from Logan is at the ready, as well as the tour de force. You want to stay in these much closer angles.
30 seconds left.
Keep an eye on the spike. It's going to be down to Aldum. Ooh! Skies, or not Skies. Sky. There's Skies, and then there's Sky. Caloric, there we go. Not even healing herself up. 13 seconds remaining. He has to go for the spike play now. He has to turn to force.
There's just too much time. He's not, even if he picked up the spike, it's just way too much time. Goes for the right click, picks him up.
He has 1 health.
With one health. Okay.
Aldum clutching it out for the Broncos here. Telling you, man, Cypher on defense. It's coming online. Beautiful final shot from the right click. Very risky, but paid off. That's exactly what we wanted to see as we take a look at that scoreboard. Rain and Skies taking the lead here, but Logan is 16-8. That 2.0 KD looking mighty fine right now, but we're seeing a repeat of the prior map. We're at 12-4 right now. Ooh. Right there. Yes! The judge! Ooh,
it's only going to be a 1-for-1 trade, however. Whereas Fisher pushing up through ace short and Baths
taken down
in
by
tandem. Yeah, just wiping out all Boise State. Also got an elimination with the dog there, if you didn't see that.
Yeah, so. Something I have never seen, but if anyone can do it, it's Aldum on the Cypher. It's time to bring it out. But Fisher definitely has both the positioning and the gun advantage. Ooh, nice. But Clark was right there with the cross angles. GG's coming out. Map 2 going over to Fisher.
Well, Boise State is partnering with the Idaho Food Bank and Idaho Central Credit Union to bring you the Giving Games this holiday season. Gamers will compete for glory, but the real winners will be families who are in need this holiday season. $1 donated can provide up to 4 meals for families in need, so scan the QR code right now to find out more about how you can support this great cause during this holiday season. So it's 3 cheers for Carrington College as they get on to match point. We only have 1 game left. We're going to be moving on to Haven. That's going to be the great decider of it all. We'll see a Boise State. Good map for them if they can bring it back. We'll be back after these messages.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds does it. The last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness. There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but no, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things.
If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Hello, welcome back to the Boise State Arena where we have Valorant here in a best-of-5 matchup in the ECAC tournament. We are currently in Game 3 where Boise State is facing off once again against Fisher in Valorant. And things haven't been looking so hot for us, but the voice might sound a little different, and that's because it is. I am your host, Colin Junkin, on the quick little swap, and joining me today is Brenner. And, you know, I may be new to this desk right now, and there may be some people that are new to watching it as well. So you want to fill us in real quick on what's happening? What's the 401?
Fisher has been having the time of their lives, and so have we on desk because we've seen the only ace of the game coming out from Boise State, and Fisher unable to recreate it whatsoever. But it's been consistent 13-4 losses for Boise State here. Map 1 being Fracture, Fisher took it 13-4. Bind just happened. 13-4 with Boise State having a much more comfortable comp, as we saw, and bringing out the judge that we ever so love. So now, third and possibly final map is going to be Haven, that both teams have plenty of practice on.
And speaking of practice, we should go and remind them of Doc's keys, which in Valorant is to focus angles, flank, know your win condition, count your cards and call your abilities, and click heads. It's so simple. And Doc Sees the Gamer brought to us by Drop In Gaming. Drop In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition, play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And of course, just giving us a reminder, Fisher College and Boise State in the ECAC Valorant tournament here, and I remember it was about a couple days ago, Tuesday, that we also had an ECAC Valorant game in which we played, I believe it was the Cyberhounds, La Jolla, and they were a ranked 9 team, and they were very strong, and they gave us a pretty good challenge, especially in Bind. That was their map choice. So it's not surprising to me at all that Fisher College is an extremely well-rounded school, and from the glimpse of Game 2 that I saw, they just seem very coordinated, very calm, and they know exactly what they want to do in the situations. They hold a lot of cross angles. They have a lot of crossfire. And they have those individual frag outs.
Yeah, looking back on the prior matches, we've definitely seen Boise State struggle from a little bit of tunnel vision and not checking their corners. But that's something I've been saying for as long as I've been casting them in Valorant is the corners. That's just maybe the Rainbow Six Siege player in me talking about always check those corners because anything could be there. And also, you've definitely seen them have to adapt to this Fisher College team because Ming has just been the flank king, causing them so much grievances that they've just had to always commit at least 2 players to hold their rotations because they never know where they're going to come from. But it seems that we're going to be attacking on Haven first. Looking at the team lineup, it's going to be a near perfect mirror match. The only difference being
I believe they don't have a difference.
No, there's the
Rays. The Rays and Jet are the differences.
Yep, there you
yes.
go.
But other than
Found
that,
it faster than I could.
Yep, they have a very similar comp, which is exactly what that KJ's job is to do now. Now that Chambers not super in the meta as strong as he once was, holding that flank watch.
Prior
still
match,
in there.
proving
still,
you wrong there as Logan.
Still in the meta, which I think is sort of a masses thing of sort of like, oh, he got touched by the developers. Let's not mess with them at all. But
he's doing just fine.
Yeah, he's doing just fine. He's still the same annoying Chamber you fought from last patch.
But thankfully, he is not in this round. Instead, it's going to be all eyes on the Broncos if they can try to get a push here, pushing the double cross angle. Looking the wrong way. Once again, they have to check their corners, and it's going to cost them 2 members as the flanks come in. Crossfire set up from Fisher has just been beautiful again and again and again. Even the flash coming out from the breach, but wins it in the point-blank range fight. Oldham doing very well, as we've seen in the past, in the prior round, playing that Cypher, this time back on the KJ that we saw them.
Yep.
Perfectly timed blind from Dory will close it out, but Broncos are able to at least take down 3 of Fisher. Looking up.
And it's so just first round, and even though it might be looking really down, and it's so easy to clock out of these games and check out early, it's really important to just sort of remind yourself it's first round, it's 0 round, and it is. You always have those games that is very annoying, but I think as the Broncos moving forward, it's a mental check, right? I mean, it's sort of like you feel like you're getting beat down, but realistically, you realize this is our map, this is game 3, do or die. Got to push forward. They know Fisher's a good team, improve on it.
And also, our teams are typically used to playing a best of 3, so in a best of 5, you have to think of the fatigue that can be set in because Valorant can go for very long. So, these players need to keep up that morale to be able to go this long. But Ming, with that Spectre, is able to get a double through that elbow between C and B there. Turret causing that much distraction.
And Garage is always going to be sort of that amazing territory. As a triple swing comes out, Psych and Mink are just going to absolutely
the shorty!
Run it down.
Once again, no ace though, because Alnum was able to at least take down 1 there. So, once again, Boise State is going to go down 2-0. But this is typically where we see Boise State at least pick up 1 to 2 rounds within the next 3 to 4, try to even things out. Still need to see them take some type of opening. They have not been able to have a concise push. Anywhere they've gone, they've always been taken down by some sort of crossfire, maybe too focused on the Killjoy turret rather than the Killjoy that might just pop around the corner. So this time they're going to go for C long with only the Omen going to be able to scout them out. Early breach going to be thrown too far off to the left. Huge utility. Even the Prowler coming out. 2 for 2.
Paranoia really just messed up Ottoman on that satchel into sight. Did not give him any room, but the cage is laying down the utility. Spike is going to go down. That's the first step to winning the round. So it's in a 2v3 situation here.
Logan bringing back Marshall, able to take down 1-to-1, but Ming on this KJ is once again going for the flank, and Aldem getting taken down by Syke means that the pinch is coming in onto Daimo, but we'll just end up losing the 1v1 with Syke to the classic right click. So Fisher will take round 3.
That is so unfortunate because if you saw, he had 3 bullets in the Vandal there and switches out for this Phantom that was on the ground, and just it had no bullets in the magazine. It had nothing. Had to reload and was forced to switch to the classic. So it just kind of kept messing up, and it's one of those things of like, oh, you got this big brain play, but it just doesn't work out to that well, and that's just sort of unfortunate timing. But as Boise State's looking to recuperate here and just regroup, 3-0, it's not a death sentence.
Round 4 operator, though.
Yes, yeah.
It's a little terrifying, especially on Logan, who was the chamber player last map.
Yes, on that jet, too, having the ability to escape.
Oof. Early breach stun as well. Gonna definitely slow down that push. Perks of having that jet is just,
the double?
That's a collateral right there. Just Boise State 2 stacked up will cost them. Able to at least pick up 1 with a beautiful one-shot headshot through the smoke, but the operator to the leg is going to leave him with 5 health.
This is just such an unfortunate, just kind of like Valorant coincidence here. Get lined up, have the 4th round op. It's just not looking. It's one of those frustrating games for Boise State right now.
Yeah, Logan just clutching out multiple rounds, able to afford that. Boise State's Killjoy is online, but they will have to deal with the daggers of the jet. I believe she would bring him out next round if she gets taken out here, having that operator. But that means Boise State will have to make a push here. It seems that they want to go for B. They could get the plant down as no one has the sightlines. Instead, going to throw out paint shards. Not going to get any damage here. Instead, a lot of utility. Even the teleport up top will be scouted out by Reyna, but they hear the plant going down. He doesn't have the cover he needs. So it's all down to Aldem, who will get taken down by the shorty.
A 3-piece coming up for Logan with that double in the beginning. It's those small things, and then Ray's going to shop with that operator in the beginning, or not in the beginning, sort of like mid-push into that down A long. It's just those unfortunate things that really just set you back, and there's not much you can do against it. And yeah, hindsight, you could say space out better, smoke off a short right, or like Prowler dodge that out. But it is one of those things of, you got to start thinking smart. You got to start thinking with your head, and don't let these small coincidences pile up to end up biting you in the butt later.
Especially after 2 prior hard losses for the Broncos. This has definitely been taxing for their morale here. Early Bombot to try to scout out the corner, even force out the teleport, will be able to force Ming out as huge breach utility coming out to try to stun them. A nice early damage, but just kidding. Bullets did end up missing Syke, so they're just going to have to push right through the smoke, and a nice blind, but Caloric in the front will able to pick up double to double. Skies is on a triple right now. Logan has the high ground with the operator. Daimyo trading out Dory. 12 health, though. Does have the backup of his Omen at least to help him, but Reyna is going to try to smoke the high ground even as the rotation's coming out. Ooh, brings out the knives, too.
Looks like, I believe this is Daimyo that might have the drop.
Dies
the fall damage there.
12 health could not make the fall. Having to go up against the Jet daggers, I believe he might have only taken 1 as he's down to 84. Will be able to pick up the spike, but I believe she has 3 knives left. Looks at the wrong angle. That'll be a headshot, and Logan will clutch it out.
That's a tough situation. That's probably so frustrating as well. Just slightly held the D or A key just a bit too long, and you end up falling to your death there. And what could have been Daimyo's presence could have really changed the game for that round for them right there.
Especially having control of Heaven when you knew they were in Hell. You could have just held Heaven, and they could not push out of it. And if they did, that is great crossfire set up. But tunnel vision of Boise State hurting them once again. just wanted to go for the kill and secure a round victory. Will cost them as now they are 5-0'd by Fisher. 4-3 for Ultimate Economy at least. Hopefully we can see them bring it out here because they need all the help they can get for these advantages to try to take this fight. Instead, Psych will take down Daimyo very early on.
Still one of those cross angle. This fade almost gets cleared, doesn't exactly get cleared.
Caloric on a triple. Cannot get the penta though, as his breach did steal that away. So once again, Fisher cannot match that side of the Broncos. But Logan's there with the shorty. He's waiting in the corner. At least you're checking your corners, but he didn't even fire a bullet, so that will be a flawless for Fisher.
Just an unfortunate set of rounds and kind of just run it down, trying to change up the pace here and it's really fast styled. But when you have 3 people watching the same angle, it's really hard to just work your way around that, especially when they have a gun diff on you. When you're rushing at them with the Sheriff, it might not be, you know, sort of like super advantageous.
Also, the Broncos had the ultimate advantage and didn't commit a single one for that push. Like an early Killjoy would have helped push them out to give you that space to push forward, so you wouldn't have to worry about Logan with the shorty or Psych just swinging your rotation angles and getting a free kill early on, or Caloric getting that triple. So Broncos hopefully taking lessons. Instead, they're going to get aggressive, and that will cost them a double from Skies. Logan's able to at least recuperate that with a wall bang from that operator.
They do become re-aware that the operator's still on the field. They do not become complacent with that.
Killjoy in the mid, though. Finally, Logan's going to be forced out of it, so no one will be detained. But Broncos don't even try to collapse on it with a B push. Instead, once again, going all the way over to A. Ming, the closest one for that defense, will get scouted by the turret, so he's going to try to teleport up.
Does get the paranoia off. No follow-up on it, though.
First time Broncos will get the plant down with more than one member alive. Nice elimination from Hell onto Ming. 15 health only remaining, though, so you cannot stay there long. They don't have the health advantage here, but they have the numbers. Hopefully don't need to use any more ultimates here as a bit of an overcommit. Once again, point blank working out for the Broncos.
Holding that off angle, and Logan's going to go ahead and decide to save that op, try and get an early pick.
Don't push that angle.
For anyone that's too greedy. But the Broncos are going to wise up and not push that saving op.
Hopefully they don't use Rolling Thunder here either, as try to prevent the final spike, but as time depletes, this should be the first round the Broncos win, putting them 1-6.
It is a little unfortunate seeing it go 7 rounds until Boise State gets it, but you know, here's where the battle really starts, right? You gotta dig your feet in, and you just gotta hold on to it. You cannot let this mental game slip from you, or else, you know, you've already clocked out, you've already checked out, you know. And it's just, even though it's game 3, it's looking desperate. It's one of those things of you gotta test your mental here. You gotta test your character going forward. As a team, you know, it may seem very dark and like you might not win it, but this means everything going forward.
Yeah, and Ultimate Economy now evening out here means that we will see some very flashy gameplay coming up as Psych takes down Skies. That's no showstopper anymore for them, as both the Breach Stun and Prowlers coming out. Both Prowlers will be committed, or maybe just one from each side, unable to see that angle. Seems that once again they want to go for the mid C to B push, but they do not have the angles that they want. Instead, they're just going to go for a full B commitment as Rolling Thunder comes out. Will hit one of his own teammates as they push forward, but no eliminations just yet. A nice rotation over to A will collapse onto Ming. They should be able to get the plant here, but no members are going to even try to push into heaven.
Rihanna might have a timing on here in that breach. You see still sitting B, trying to get any amount of lurk they possibly can. There's also the Omen coming from A short. They might not be anticipating, but that turn that turn is set up for the flank watch. So they are going to find Dory. Psych goes down, or Psych takes out Rihanna. Oh.
Nice swing there from Caloric, just too fast for the reaction time. Peeking along angle when Logan has the operator. Means he will pick up one on Aldum. J-Bag tries to follow it up, but Dory is there with the cover for his teammate with the Vandal, so 3 members will survive, bringing us 7-1.
It's just got to feel so frustrating. All the tricks in the book, you know, pushing out the Rolling Thunder, faking a B push. You know, at first, you know, kind of doing the KJ lineup at C kind of gives them info. They spread so much info across every site, pulling out every trick in the bag they possibly could think of, and still to no avail. It's got to be frustrating, but you got to find something.
Yeah, I think if they had definitely at least committed one member to Heaven to have a bit more variety in their defense rather than everyone on Hell, 2 people sitting on top of the spike as it's being planted rather than taking space, trying to create an escape route as well. Definitely hurt them there. Fisher also committing 2 of their ultimates for that push. Means Broncos once again have the ultimate advantage, but they have just been so scared to use some of them because they've never been able to have the advantage. Logan, even with the updraft and Operator, with the help of Dory. Okay, there's the showstopper, tries to find one in the corner, but Dory just teleported out to the other side. Now he's on a triple, finally taken down by Aldum.
Have to be aware of this up. Do not push any unnecessary angles. That showstopper was a great way to push Logan off the contesting angle. And just
swinging the long angle is definitely dangerous here. As all 3 turn the corner, Aldum's only able to pick up 1. So once again, Fisher wins the round with 3 remaining, bringing them 8-1. This has definitely been the most dominating we've seen Fisher. But we know the Broncos can bring it back. And every single map we've seen so far has been the 9-3 curse.
So far?
So far.
What? So far, yeah.
So far. Unless the Broncos win the next 2 rounds and Fisher picks up 1, we'll continue that path. But hopefully we can see them win all 4.
Yeah, you got to push for every single win you possibly can take here, and perhaps just that side reset of change it back to a defensive side might give you a little bit more advantage. It's a good mental reset from the game as well. There is no timeouts called. That's what I will say. I don't know.
They had a whole 1 timeout call last map, none on the first map, so they've been very hesitant to even do that to stop the momentum that Fisher has constantly been able to build up.
Yep.
But once again, Sight get its first blood of the round. Breach on breach violence will go in the favor of Fisher. They have an opening on A, but still just so slow and hesitant on these rotations because they don't have control of any of the map. Pushing a long sideline when they have full buy and you have Sheriffs is definitely not what you want to go for in these situations, but they have to make something work here. Still no ultimates even being committed, no Nightfall, no anything. They just want to go for plan. Once again, double stacked up right on top of the plan.
Yeah, and sort of a save round, this sort of like save versus buy. You're sort of just looking to get plant down because that gives you a little bit more extra credits for that, and they do bring out the KJ, which Rebound is able to find a sneaky little spot for it. So
one player detained.
But gets immediately breach UT'd out. Gets the pick though. Not a pick the second go.
1 for 1.
Oh.
But instead, Fisher will just roll over them and get the double, seeing as they have the gun advantage with the KJ coming out. So now it's 9-1. If Broncos win the next 2 rounds, we will see history repeat itself. But the back-to-back KJ, definitely think the Broncos activated theirs 3 seconds too late.
Yep.
Just tried to get the correct positioning rather than just throw it down and deny them that push.
And just kind of watch your minimap too off of that replay. You're not able to see it, but from where our KJ was planted in a short, kind of in that lower angle, and then these 2 1v1s were taken simultaneously, and that can really impact you a lot, especially in a buy sense. When you commit that ult, you got to protect it. Logan's gonna get the pick on a Daimyo, pushing up A long, and
I'm curious if Logan has died yet, because they have had that operator for multiple rounds.
I don't think Logan has died.
Maybe once, bringing out the daggers as well. At least they're using their ultimates. We did see the Omen ult come out from the Broncos, but they have nothing else to follow it up.
Rolling Thunder is present for Fisher College as well, and the knives are popped.
It doesn't even need them.
As long as the op. It's a deadly combo.
The long-range engagements have been Fisher's bread and butter. Knives flying past J-Bag. I believe he just took 1. But Psych, with that follow-up, will take him down. So operator in the long angle. Logan going to close it out with a triple and a flawless once again for Fisher. I believe that is their 3rd flawless of the night.
They almost have nerves to steal. I mean, our breach just commits a piece of util, commits the stun, but their enemy breach just doesn't move. Normally you commit that piece of util, you're expecting to move out of the way, get out of the AoE effect of that, but that breach just stands there and just puts a bullet in our breach's head, and it's sort of, what do you do against that? That's so abnormal. You're not really expecting that. That's what seems to be Fisher's sort of almost.
And the Broncos haven't done anything to try to counteract it. Maybe double up and have someone to follow up with. A beautiful blind coming out from Dory is going to lead to a early double, shutting down the very aggressive C push coming out from the Broncos. Nightfall did come out. Dory's on a triple right now. He's going to try to get the first ace for Fisher. There's the quad as well, but Cloric's going to steal it away right at the last second as the Nightfall comes out as well.
Their Fatal was committed for that, and I believe there is one more round left in this half, so that could be a little bit detriment, and that could be an advantage that Boise State takes from this point on going forward. And I believe this is the first time we've seen them, actually second time we've seen them hit C-side as well. So they're mixing it up a little bit, but with no...
That was the last round.
Oh, that was last round. Okay.
So
math is difficult for me.
That's all right. As we can see, the Broncos are now going for, looks like a 3 and 2 in the mid with the 3 on A. Whereas on the side of Fisher, we're very interested to see how their attack goes. Is their Jet just going to lead the fight and show them the way? Or are they just going to try to go slow and steady, which hurt the Broncos whenever they did it? And when they got aggressive, they only ever got the spike down, but there was no one left alive to defend it because they just got outmaneuvered by Fisher. So here on defense, this is where we want to see them really tighten up and have the best communication ever. My own personal dox keys would just be that sweaty comms of call out where you get taken out when they try to swing that A short, but it's too little too late as a huge aggressive push. Sky's able to at least get a double from the flank.
That is going to make them sort of backtrack here. That's going to make them, slam on the brakes here, take a second as they push into A long pretty short, and they get punished for it. And see, looking around the map.
This is where we could see a beautiful pinch here.
Yep.
2 from behind, 1 in the front could definitely throw off Fisher for the second round win for the Broncos if they're able to coordinate it. Instead, they're just going to be the defenders as they should, hold their angles, but they're not setting up any crossfire angles either. The KJ is still sitting all the way in the mid.
Oh, not expecting a shorty be in that smoke. There goes down 2 of Boise State's pinch there. Both of them sort of that breach just got the 1v1 that he wanted, and not expecting the shorty going into smoke is putting yourself in a disadvantageous position. Gets 1, looking for the second. 2v1 here. Here comes out the stun, gets it off. Spike is down, but Dory's low on HP. So was Ottoman. Ottoman gets the pick, is blinded and also paranoid.
Doesn't have the ammo in his magazine for it, and a nice teleport from Dory onto the high ground. Will get the elimination. All of them came close to clutching that out, but only able to pick up 2. Having sat in mid on that B window for just a hair too long. Unable to rotate in time. So Fisher will take round 1, putting them at match point, forcing the buy from the Broncos with what little money they have to get those sheriffs. If they're lucky, they might be able to get a win here so they can have the tiniest gun advantage that they can. But will these sheriffs be enough?
Ooh,
as Skies is able to pick up 1. These shotguns have been doing work for him, but is that enough 1 for 1?
Psych is low, does get killed through the flash. Now it's Decayed. Goes down to Cloric though.
Comes down to aiming. Fisher has consistently won those gunfights. So 2v3 situation, still definitely possible, but you have to be anticipating where are they going to rotate next. That's the perk of Haven, having these 3 sites. Where are they going to go next?
Yeah, and as soon as their KJ realizes they have all of B control, they knew our KJ was last seen C, and now we're just sitting our spawn looking for a rotate here. They have a whole lot of info, and they knew A was open.
Corners.
Might not expect it, doesn't see it. Ming gets the 1 pick. Don't fret, Reround is still in the game, but this is also dependent on Reround. It clears corners as well. Looking for the knife. For the melee. Yep. Oh, no.
And is going to close it out with a knife in the back. GG's. Fisher will take it. 3-0 sweep.
that was, that really is at a loss of words sort of here on desk. There's not really much I can use as descriptive words to sort of, for Fisher's performance, they played it beautifully. I think they did everything right. They held a lot of cross angles. They held off angles as well. And they exactly deserved that 3-0 that they got. You know, they really proved it this time around in the ECAC. But this December, Boise State Esports is partnering with Idaho Central Credit Union and Idaho Food Bank to host the Giving Games charity tournament. Gamers will compete for glory, but the ultimate winners were the neighbors facing hunger, who will receive nutritious food for meals thanks to contestants and spectator support. For every $1 donated, the Idaho Food Bank can provide food for up to 4 meals. For more information on how you can watch and support, go to boisestate.edu/esports/event/givinggames2022. And as you can see, the day is December 9th. There is some more Call of Duty Modern Warfare happening tonight. So go ahead. Give us your money. Donate. Donate to a charitable cause.
Just give us your money.
It's the time of giving. Do it.
Just give us your money. It's fine.
It's fine.
But
we know what to do with it.
As we get ready to close out this Valorant session and head into some Call of Duty Giving Games, I have to talk about the player of the night. My personal choice is Aldum, as he brought out the Cypher that I love so dearly on Bind, able to get a lot of good clutches. Your choice.
Just from what I've seen, I missed pretty much half of the second game and pretty much all the first game. I have to go with Skies. I think from what I saw second game, Skies was really just sort of like this impact player that had a lot of presence.
It looked like it will be going over to Rihanna, which is very well deserved. They had plenty of clutches. I believe they were also the one player to get the ace as well. As we take a back look on this highlight of Bind. Bind was definitely the map that we saw the Broncos perform the best at. We knew that that was going to be their best map. So even taking a look all the way back at Fracture, where they had a rough start, but were able to bring it back. So well-deserved Reyna.
And the ICCU Player of the Game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like the Idaho Centrals, helping members achieve financial success. Rihanna is the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game for tonight's ECAC matchup against Fisher. And still, like you said, so worth it. We both had our own different individual prospects, but Rihanna still played their heart out and definitely had some clutch-up moments.
Yeah, so Fisher maintaining even a more dominating victory over the Broncos this time around. Last time we faced him was at the Red Bull tournament, which ended up in 13-8. But this time they were just able to beat us out 13-4 almost every time. So taking a lot away to learn from this. Hopefully we can see a lot of improvements in the future. Less tunnel vision. Looking good.
Yeah, an overall wrap-up to the game. And sort of, it's an L at the end of the day, but we improve. We move on, and we're looking forward to next semester. So, but to end out the matchup here tonight, we do have the top 5, which is brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, which invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with a degree bonus of $20,000 and your choice of your degree. Just like I said, go in and visit the Idaho National Guard and stick around for the night. We got a little more free tonight.
second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shatter me to pieces like broken glass. Frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just 2 passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shatter me to pieces like broken glass.
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it. We'll feel some type of way.
can talk, but you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right. I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. We don't know how to act. We get chaotic and say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stay till we fall.
Hello, everybody, and welcome into the Boise State Esports Arena. We are watching our continued coverage of the Giving Games in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. We are here with the second round of Group Week, and then we'll be heading into the first round of the bracket, kicking things off with our very own Boise State production team taking in Drop In Gaming. I'm your host, Brendan Bear. Joined with me to call all of the action is Colin McJunkin. So, we are jumping back into the most well-polished game that is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 that never crashes and causes any technical difficulties because it's made by the tiniest indie company, Activision Blizzard.
And they run 24/7, and they have their own Reddit page, and they're responding to people that are complaining on it, and they're fixing things as they go. Just congrats to those guys.
It's a really small
they're
subreddit.
doing their hardest.
There's about like a couple hundred people, maybe. It's really small. I mean, it's Call of Duty. It's a pretty well not known game, so who knows? There may be bugs. Maybe
single A, triple A, double A game? No,
indie game.
Indie game,
obviously.
Indie game.
It was one of those game jams that was made in 24 hours, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just full of polish.
Yeah. I think there's no bugs. There's no crashing. There's
no lobby remaking.
It's very cheap. It's
very cheap.
Quality.
Just only costs $70 to buy. It's fine. It's fine.
It is one of the lowest gigabyte base games I've seen Call of Duty put out in a while. So you know what?
I mean, it's only like what 200 plus or something like that.
No, I think it's like into like 45. I think for like maybe that's just Warzone.
No, Warzone is like 90 plus.
Really?
Yeah. It's bad.
I don't remember. I feel like I saw a 25 number when I was downloading it. I could be totally wrong.
That was maybe an update. As sad as it is, it's like a 25 gig update, and you're like, there goes half my hard drive. I'm just sad now.
That was that was the Warzone, the like OG Warzone, when it was like those are the memes that were going around of like Xbox players who have to delete their entire file drive to just install one update of Warzone. It's great. It's amazing.
It's the life of a pleb console player. Anyway, as we get ready to jump into tonight's night of the Giving Games, we want to take a quick look of what's going on for the night. And we are here for the Idaho Food Bank. And this December, Boise State Esports is partnering with the Idaho Central Credit Union and the Idaho Food Bank to host the Giving Games charity tournament once again. Gamers will compete for glory, but the ultimate winners will be neighbors facing hunger who will receive nutritious foods for meals thanks to contestants and spectator support. For every $1 donated, the Idaho Food Bank can provide up to 4 meals. And for more information, go ahead and watch or scan the QR code to donate. And we are in the second day of Call of Duty, followed by tomorrow. As we take a look at what the setup might be, this is 4v4 competitive CDL rules, 3 matches. We play all 3 modes, no matter if it's a 3-0 or not. And it's going to be search and destroy to hardpoint to control. And we are still in the group stage with the first match of the night. Hopefully going to be our Boise State production team returning against Drop In Gaming. Both of these teams are 2-0 so far, so performing very well. And then we'll be following it up with Boise Nation News versus Java Express. Now, the first session of the Giving Games, it was pretty dominating of ICCU East, kind of the reigning champions of the Giving Games. I have fought them multiple times and cried during every time because they have beat us to the ground. And at that point, we're just like, all right, how hard can we meme on them to just have the moral victory? That's the same thing we just saw in Valorant of, if we're going to get stomped, we're going to get stomped in glory. So we just run around with like riot shields and shotguns and just have a good time.
And that's how you got to do it. And that was in the Bankers to the Broncos. Right, that you're talking about.
Also, Giving Games in prior years.
Okay,
just
all right.
Multiple situations of just, oh no, it's ICCU East. Oh no. Everyone else we've always had a pretty good chance against, but they've been the reigning kings. But we know they can bleed because we saw, I believe it was Java Express or Boise Nation News. Boise Nation News is one of our newcomers who's very good at Call of Duty. They came in saying, and we're able to take a map off of ICCUE, something that we've seen maybe only ever once happen. So things are looking slightly more up than they ever have before because they've been beaten once in a single map.
They can bleed.
Exactly. And that's just kind of been our philosophy of like, all right, we've seen the cracks in the perfect sculpture that is ICCU East.
They found the kryptonite.
maybe for one map, but it seems that Modern Warfare 2 is just the kryptonite for literally everybody as it continues to devastate all of the computers around the world and the servers who continue to crash. It only works on like 3 maps at this point. It's pretty fun as we even get an update from our own production that it crashed again. We love Call of Duty here. At this point, I'm surprised we just don't go back to like Vanguard or something. Like a game that works, even though it's a worse Call of Duty, at least it works.
And it would still download faster too.
Okay, that is a shot fired at me, production. They're just saying we should play Here's the Storm instead, which I could 1v6 people in that game because I played too much. But that would be close to my
That'd be
heart.
unfair.
That would be the best final broadcast I could go out on. Is
Could you do it while casting?
Easily.
You could cast and play it, and like call it yourself.
Yeah, easily. We could talk about the new patch notes for HOTS. It's great. Cho'Gall still in the meta, even though Doc will never play it with me. Doc has
Probably won't ever. Honestly, I think
he's too much of a Lily player, which is a healer. That is a tiny panda from WoW that just runs around and blinds people and does nothing else. He loves Lily, and I'm like,
that just sounds like meme. That sounds like the meme shot you're talking about. If I'm just a panda that runs around flashing people.
That's why Doc plays her?
Yeah.
It's the same reason why Doc is a
too.
baby diva main in Overwatch. It's just, how can I be a complete nuisance to people? And so he's going to be baby diva and Lily. And that's it. Huh, Doc? Yep.
And it's just, it's funny that you say baby diva. Not even diva, just baby diva. Like, I'm going to purposely unmech myself so that way I'm baby diva. And my hitbox is so tiny, I shouldn't even be on the map anymore.
It's like you're playing a worse version of Battle Mercy. Because you can't even fly, you can't do anything, you just run around with your pistol and go, pink.
You know, actually, talking about Battle Mercy,
sure.
There was that new patch that gave Mercy 5 more bullets in her pistol. 5 more.
Yeah, but it's not 5 more damage per bullet. It's just 5 more bullets.
5 more bullets to take out your enemy with.
Yeah, but how much does it matter when you're just going into Valkyrie and have infinite ammo?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of As a former Battle Mercy main from the days of Alpha and Prometheus when it was called and all that
5-stack res
stuff.
on site.
I still have highlights where it says Bandicam at the top, and I'm just like, I did it! Oh, Overwatch, I miss you dearly. But we're here for Call of Duty, the game that totally works. It doesn't, because I believe it might have crashed again.
When we get there, it'll be glorious. It'll be fun.
If we get there.
When we get there.
Someday we will get there and cast a Call of Duty match that maybe might be on a different map other than Fortress. We played Hotel once, and then it crashed. It's great. And then we played one match where the teams were mixed up. One player from each team was swapped, and we're just like, we can't fix it. Just play it. And so we had one betrayer on each side. It was great.
I think that should just be how it goes from this point on. Let's just put it in a random shuffle. Let's do spin the wheel on stream, and we'll just pick up the teams that way. Yeah,
just shenanigans.
Yeah,
it's like for this game, it is nothing but pistols. Just play it, which is actually would work because in the prior match we saw our very own Michael Fisher get a quad in a 4v4 with a pistol and nothing else.
Was it like a deagle or like?
No. It was just the basic like Glock X12, and he just popped off. It was beautiful to watch. But perks of throwing smokes, which was my strategy in prior giving games. Oh, we got some COD, and we're going to be kicking things off with Java Express taking on Bronco Nation News. This was supposed to be the second game, but we're kicking it off first because they actually loaded. So it seems that we will be kicking things off with Search and Destroy with BNN attacking.
What's an AU? I know that. That's definitely from the other CODs. So you're doing something. And Search and Destroy is always sort of a staple in the competitive COD community as well. But already the drop shot not paying off for Grim Squeaker.
Yeah, Java Express has had well spread out among the team, everyone doing quite well, whereas on the side of BNN, Whale was their standout player, quickly followed by Dibs, just being the 2 quintessential carries of the team. We will see if they'll be able to repeat that, as so far, Dibs got a triple, quickly followed by Whale picking up the final one, and that's the first round done for BNN.
We only saw 1 kill.
Also known as Ronco Nation News. Their name's too long to cut. But Whale gets the final one. If I remember correctly, BNN also is a very SMG favored team. They never like going ARs. They like being close range, high rate of fire, a bit lower damage, but that's what the rate of fire is compensating for. And since we are unable to get CDL working for a lot of these, they're able to pull a lot of classes they want, including the Vector, which has kind of just been dominating the COD meta as of late because it has the highest rate of fire.
Yeah, it has this similar damage, but because it shoots out maybe like 0.75 faster than most of the SMGs, you just compensate pretty well. And also you have a drum mag that has 45 bullets in it, which is larger than most ARs in the game have stock-wise. So to say you're a little have an advantageous position is an understatement.
Nice early scout, but that's why Java Express runs those ARs, because if you peek long, they will win that engagement, hence why BNN is just going to camped up in the buildings. Dibs picking up one, so it is 3v3, but Java Express is on the attack. They have to make a move for one of these sites. It seems that they're just stuck in the mid right now, undecided of where they want to go. Maybe try to go for B, but it seems that they are just nearly right on top of each other. Whale will trade out for Cheeger, but Java Express is going to get a huge triple pick, bringing us to 1-1. And this is first to 6 for Search and Destroy, so see if we will be able to try to get the advantage here.
It was quite the refrag from Java's side. That was...
Yeah, it seems the defenders that were BNN just got a little bit too aggressive. You have to remember, you're the defenders. It's okay to just sit in a corner and hold the angle, as we saw in Valorant from Fisher College. So, heading into round number 3. Nice early smoke nade down the mid.
I see Dibs at going 4-1.
Yep. Dibs and Wales have just been quintessential players for their team, whereas Java Express is really good all round.
Yep.
But you know, BNN, their strategy is play around these two players and we'll win, which is why they took that first round. But now it's just in a 4v4 situation, losing a single team member can spell doom here. So it's really just watching your corners, and everyone is running dead silence, and all of them should be online as well. See Thanatos just popping his and expiring. He's able to see the feet of Whale, but the crossfire setup will lead to a double for Java Express.
Down 2 compared to Broncos 1, but they're running out of time. They only have 30 seconds here.
Picks up one more. The Scar not going to do work in close range. So the Broncos will take round number 3. Take a look at the final kill. These AK-74Us have just been the go-to meta weapon for so much of CDL. Don't always get the attachments you want, but that's the perks of not playing by CDL rules as we are. We tried the best we could, but since it was causing so many technical errors, we just said, try to haste your class as out of it and go from there, which is why we've seen 1 or 2 snipers, but not really anything else. No shotguns, no launchers, no memes. A lot of smokes, a lot of stuns. Couple Semtex, but they even got the bomb squad perk hit, so he knows someone was there. Even with the stun.
Walks away at the life? Oh, it gets immediately body though and go down.
1 for 1. Wales
the
able to
refrag.
pick up. Once again, 3v3 situation. Both Dibs and Wales getting closer and closer to those cruise missiles, whereas on the side of Java Express, since they are getting wiped, they're unable to get any kill streak progress. Nice headshot coming out from Jacked onto Dwight. Dwight shoot. Also great name. We love it. Fantastic man in real life. As well, able to pick up Thanatos.
2v1 situation. Bomb is...
Yeah, Whale's going to have to pull out a huge clutch here. He's on his 3 streak. If he's able to get these 2 kills, he's going to be so close to that cruise missile. But he's running out of time to both get the eliminations and the defuse. That drop shot will get the win for Java Express.
Right back at this 2-2. Right back at this stalemate. Just call it 0-0 and now best of 4.
First of 4.
Well, yeah, best 2-4. It sounded like best of 4.
Best of 4 Search and Destroy would take forever.
Yeah, no, that would be too long. I do like this sort of first 2.
You don't have to win by 2 either.
Yep. Yeah, you can keep.
Valorant, take some notes, please.
That's just competitive. If you play unrated, it's just 1.
Or just don't play. The big brain plays coming out here from On Desk. But already Dibs taken out very early on, one of the key players for BNN, as Java taking a very nice, commanding lead. But will be evened out by Whale, taking down Squeaker. So we're in a 3v3 situation. Whale does have the bomb, trying to rotate over the point, able to scout one up on high. Unable to secure the kill, though. We'll just have to rotate out and hopefully go for the plant on A. Did hit the doors bash open. Someone is below him, but that's perking up everyone running dead silence. You'll never know as Cheeker takes down Shima. 2 situation. Beautiful jump shot around the corner. Now it's a 1v1 situation. He has to plant the bomb within the next 10 seconds. So he will with 30 seconds remaining. It's him versus Cheeker. He is 7-2 versus a 3-4. But with the TTK in this Modern Warfare 2, it's very fast.
Yeah, it can be taken for anything. And looking in the wrong direction so far.
He is in the corner. He may not see it or the barrel of his gun. They're both looking in the same direction. He's going to walk right in front. This is the same issue we saw in Valorant. Gotta check those corners. I'm going to sound like a broken record by the end of today.
TTK is really fast, though. It's almost like you do almost have to check your corners. Because even if you do, you either whiff or you die if you don't.
That is one of the nice things that they did add in Modern Warfare 2 is the dolphin dive. So if you're running through, it's an issue we see in so many CODs. If people press sprint around a corner, you die instantly. At least now you can try to dolphin dive so they have to track you through it. And if they're bad enough at the end, you're able to recuperate that. But we have yet to see any of these players do so yet. So back on Job Express on the attacking are going to get first blood. Whale's going to pop that dead silence and just try to run down that bomb carry. They were able to scout out. Oh. But sprints around the corner right into the hip fire of Cheeker. Will get the headshot there. Now BNN down 2.
Oh, no.
But the potato man runs out of ammo in the magazine. Had to swap to secondary. At least didn't try to go for the reload, but still didn't get the elimination. So Dibs will take down Thanatos.
Dibs is 6-3. Dibs is definitely, second charge on this team. But even so,
1v3.
It's pretty hard to beat 3 people.
Especially when they're all looking at that set of stairs that you're running up. Try to bring a riot shield. Just saying.
Is that in? We're not playing by CDL rules. So
I think it's just kind of like honor. Like, please
don't.
Like, we're trying
to
play by CDL, even though here I am on the desk. Like, just meme. Just do it. Just meme.
Being an instigator.
Yep.
I like that.
Here to cause problems.
I like that.
Doc already knows every character I've ever played in DD is chaotic. I'm just here to have a good time. Cause a little chaos. Just what everyone needs in their life. But this is the last time I can do it, so I got to go all out now.
Exactly. And, there's no issue with that. Nobody can take that away from you. Nobody can blame you.
Until Doc's pulling me by my collar like, all right, we got to go.
Relax.
We got to have some order on desk. Come on now.
Fair enough.
Very much. Of course, right as I say, it's going to be a slow start. We see back-to-back elimination. Dibs going to be swapping out for Squeaker here. Well, still being the dedicated bomb carrier of BNN. Looks like they might have an opening on A. It's going to rotate all the way around as Shima takes down Cheeker in mid. That's going to be a 3-man push. They just need to take out Jacked of the corner. Spray through the door would eliminate him here. Oh, he's going to swing it. He sees the leg. Oh. Bomb still goes down, though, as he's able to just rotate out of the line of sight, but he gives away his positioning, so he has to rotate all the way around. Teammate covering his back as well. We got 30 seconds to try to defuse this bomb. Running out of time. Whale prone. You did see his shoulder out of the corner there.
Ooh.
Not fast enough on the reaction time. Going prone. Oh. Had the right idea, but Mount's sensitivity just a hair too low to make that turn in time. So, BNN up to 4-2 away from victory on S&D.
Ran at a mouse pad there. A little bit too low, too. And almost had the pick onto Wales planting the bomb. If that would have been the denial there, that probably could have swung things back in their favor. But You were quite literally like 2 bullets off.
There's a reason why
of
Whale is the only person with 10 kills.
Yeah,
He's just that star player of BNN. But anytime Java Express has been able to take him down, then you worry about dibs. And then it should be a surefire way to win the round, seeing as Whale is always also the dedicated bomb carrier. But now with Java on the attack, definitely trying to spread it out for the team, still not checking their corners. There is dibs in the corner. We'll get first blood onto Squeaker, who was the bomb carrier, quickly followed by Whale, taking down Sheeker and Dwight. Ooh, Jack's last sole survivor is going to be able to take down dibs, but gets collapsed on. Nice communication coming out from BNN.
Match point.
Fingers crossed for BNN.
Bronco Nation is looking to take it all.
I like how they both jumped trying to get the fire, but he had to hip fire first. That's where the attachments come in. Can you get the hip fire out faster when coming out of sprint? That's why those attachments are just so key in being max level, as I assume all of these players are. Only 55 to get all of the attachments.
Movement is pretty important. Even though in this COD movement has been extremely dialed down to 0, movement is still pretty important when it comes to those individual gunfights. B-hopping, catching that hip fire from in the air to this ADS.
Yeah,
it's important to get those things done.
Yeah, it seems they definitely got a little confused of, do we want it to be a COD game or a realistic game? And they just got somewhere stuck in the middle. As Shima's coming back and getting a double for himself, as well as Dwight picking up one more. Scoreboard slowly beginning to even out, but the long range with the AK, or the Baznev, sorry, it will not be enough. As BNN will take Search and Destroy. 1 of 3 done. Remember, both of these teams are, I believe, 1-1 right now, because they both have lost 2 ICCU East. Continuing to be that star player, and of course, the traditional Call of Duty empty your mag and find a person. So we get ready to head over to Hardpoint.
Personally, I like how the fact that the LA skin is no longer all black.
Yeah, no one misses the all-black rose skin from the original Modern Warfare. But, of course, as we want to reaffirm that we are partnered here with Idaho Central Credit Union and the Idaho Food Bank to host this Giving Games charity tournament, where gamers are competing for glory. But, of course, the ultimate winners will be Neighbors Facing Hunger. And we are here to donate as much money as possible for them, because every dollar can afford up to 4 meals for families in need. Make sure to scan that QR code to help donate. But today is only the 2nd day of COD. We still got tomorrow to finish it out, because we are just now finishing up the group stage, and then we'll be heading into round 1 of the bracket. So people just really getting their seating right now. BNN and Java are really just trying to head for that 2nd spot to compete with ICCU East, one of the few remaining undefeated teams, along with the Boise State production, as well as Drop In Gaming. A lot of those games we were unable to see due to Activision Blizzard being a small indie company, a lot of errors. So
you can't blame them. You absolutely can't. You can't get angry at them,
Not at all.
No, you can't. You
don't
really
read
can't.
the news or anything. You can't get angry at them.
You can't. Don't. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Stop typing. Stop typing in that thread. Stop typing.
We're not looking at chat. It's fine. So as we get ready to head into Hardpoint, we're going to throw it to a quick break. But make sure to stick around for more Call of Duty.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
Welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena. We are here to continue some amazing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Giving Games coverage. I'm still your host, Brenner Ladd. Joined with me to call all the action is Colin McJunkin. And it seems that while we are waiting for match number 2 of BNN versus Java, we're going to jump into the first game of our Boise State production team taking on Drop In Gaming. So we are very excited to see how that match is going. We can already hit the players on stage.
Yeah,
very hyped for it.
It's quite a bit of energy up there. I was not expecting that, but
something we got to experience on Wednesday of our very own Neil Chosen being the god carrier that he is, definitely not getting any team kills with grenade spam at all. Just don't look at that whatsoever. As well as Durtho, our star Rocket League player, as well as our very own caster, Michael Fisher, and Hellfire Spider Cody, fellow student here. So, very curious to see how that goes in, because both these teams are 2-0. So they're fighting to remain undefeated as we return to one of the few maps that continues to work. But no, we're going right into Hardpoint. Forget what I said. We're back to BNN and Java Express. Oh, nope, we're back to Boise State. We're swapping back and forth between all of these. So we are here with our production team, with Not Koba being Chosen and Professor being Durtho.
Already some decent level trades down on the side of, actually, no, we're even right now. That dead silence pops off.
Now it's just on to Chosen as he gets eliminated. So, 1-1. We did miss that first round, but we could tell the Broncos win just from the excitement on stage. So, hoping to see a interesting first map for these two as we return to the same map for Search and Destroy, one of the few maps that actually does work. So, on the side of Drop In Gaming, this is a team we have not seen on the broadcast, but we have seen in the past, as I do recognize Father Time and both Sean Tsunami from prior Giving Games in multiple Call of Duties. My Tsunami getting first blood against Professor, followed by Michael getting taken down. Cody on Hellfire Spider, able to get a double though, thanks to this Vector / Fennec.
I like Fennec better. It just sounds.
It's the non-copyright version.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Vector.
yeah.
That's how Call of Duty gets around that.
Yep.
So, in a 1v2 situation, he definitely has the capabilities with the firepower, but he needs to stay close range. He's able to get the flank. He sees him.
Ooh.
Doesn't potato aim. If only he would do that when I play Warzone with him. But with the prone, he knew where he was, but didn't have the TTK or the health to do it in time. So Drop In Gaming will take round number 3 for themselves.
That repeat might have been more detrimental than it was possible to get the elimination.
Yeah, maybe try to catch him off guard of wasn't ready too soon, but if he had that health regen, he might have been able to take it, but it would have just been another engagement of 100 to 100.
Yeah.
Who has a better aim. So, heading into round number 4, hopefully we don't see the Broncos lose 2 members pretty early on, but we're getting a side-by-side of both games back-to-back. Hardpoint right now is 60-60, whereas for the Broncos, we know still Drop In Gaming gets first blood, this time against Fish, quickly followed. And now, dropping back for Hardpoint. Seems that BNN is in the lead right now.
I do got to make a quick note. This is, as much as we were capping on Call of Duty right now, this is 2 working games simultaneously at the same time.
This is the improvement we've seen since Wednesday right now. Also, maybe a patch came through. I don't know. Right now, BNN really doing well, holding the point, getting a 50-point lead, quickly followed by Search and Destroy. Once again, it's a 1v2 situation, but this time it's all off the back of Durtho, who we know can carry. He's just showing Neil how it's done.
Yeah, definitely more focus on the side of this Boise State drop-in gaming.
Yeah, we got to root for our production team. He sees him planting the bomb, but that is his teammate, as I got confused. So Dead Silence will be activated. He sees him behind the bomb, but does not have the health. He might get pinched from behind, but Steezy will not swing that. He didn't have the health regen in time. And with the high ground on the side of drop-in gaming, they will take it.
That was a good reposition, in my opinion. That was like, all right, I'm not going to win this engagement. Let me rotate. Just if that HP just came back a little bit faster. Because how much time is on the bomb defuse? How much time do you have? Is it a 10-second defuse as well?
I think it's like 7 to 8 seconds or something like that. It's not 10 seconds. I know that.
And then like a total of like 45 seconds till bomb.
I think it's
goes kabooey.
35.
35.
Don't quote me on this.
All right.
I haven't played Call of Duty since Cold War, so it's fine.
They haven't changed it.
I played in the Vanguard giving games, but I never actually played Vanguard, if you know what I mean. But already early exchange 1-for-1 once again. Michael going down first. He getting a little bit too gung-ho in the front line. Nice Tsunami going to go face first into Chosen.
The drop shot came in handy.
Or was that Dirtho? I always forget which is which. That is my bad. I believe this is Dirtho, so I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, I think you said Professor at the beginning.
Yep.
It's Dirtho, so we're going to
go
with
that.
that.
Chosen on not code by count, able to pick up 1. So this is the first time we've seen them have a life lead, but bomb's still not planted, so they will finally go rotating over to B. Able to scout the last one, but that Fennec long range is just too much recoil when you maintain that full auto. So finally, our own Broncos will take it.
Drop shotting. Disgusting. Ew.
It's a meta in Call of Duty that will never go away.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
It will never,
At least it's no longer the meta in Siege, thankfully.
Yeah,
that was terrifying.
I think
that was a thing.
What did they do to punish it? It was like a 50% reduction
They made it to
on
where you couldn't hip fire, or if you did, it was like a 50% increase to your hip fire radius or something like that. It was brutal. People still tried it if you played as whatever. We're getting off tangent here as the Broncos still get first blooded. This time it was Chosen, our god carry, but quickly got the refrag from Dirtho. So at least even keeping things even 3-3 here.
Still have Util, still have Dead Silence on the side of Professor. Father Time is holding that angle.
No
really
drill
tight.
charge, though, to try to go through the wall and not even spring through the door, as they did improve wall penetration compared to prior Call of Duties. But you can already hear that on stage as Professor gets taken down. Michael finally, with that pistol, able to get one. But Cody will end up falling. So now it's just going to be down to Michael having the stair advantage while we take him down as he's running up the stairs. So it's a 1v1 situation. Michael brings out his pistol. You know he's going to win that engagement because for some reason he's just a god with the pistol. But
did leave bomb on stairs.
He did not guard the bomb either. He thought he would go for the rotation run. Instead, he's going to cover B. This is where you could try to run to A, but you do not have enough time. You have to go for the B plan.
He's circling back around.
He needs to be watching the bomb plan right now. He's maybe thinking he might have gone over to A, but this is where you're running out of time. He doesn't have enough time to plant the bomb.
Yeah, I was about to say. I thought he said 10 seconds for it.
And timed out.
Yep.
Need more time, man.
It was a smart play. It was a smart play.
He just waited too long.
Yeah, Father Time definitely had the time to go plant and the space to do it, but in his defense, more than likely, he probably thought Fish was close by. So.
I mean, in those situations, you never know. As we take a recap back over to Hardpoint, it seems BNN still has a solid 50-point lead on Hardpoint against Java Express. So we're closing 215 to 149 right now. Timer frozen as long as the point is made. But right now, Java Express get on a huge kill streak, finally well able to shut down at least 2 of them. Sleazy once again gets first blood onto Fish after King Boggs gets taken down. So it's 3v3. Dead Silence coming online for Dirtho, but a nice nade and double coming over from Java Express means they will be able to finally retake the hardpoint and try to close that 50-point gap right now. Only 5 seconds swapped over. Battle Harmon able to save him from those stuns come flying in as they don't have trophy systems online yet, but they're going to let the last 5 seconds of the point go over to Java Express, and BNN's just going to go next point and be able to get those early points. They just need to get to 250, and they're 25 points away, but Cheeger coming in with a nice double, quickly followed by Jack, clearing them out. That is a wipe for BNN.
They definitely must have thought they had way more time on that point transfer, but there wasn't. Ooh. They were on them really fast, and Java just was on top of it. There was almost no room to breathe, and I think this is definitely a kill streak coming out
Dibs
here.
and Whale coming in, re-clearing it, and just the two of them are going to be able to clear it out as Dwight getting his friendly fire double kill right now. Both people tried to go for the drop shot, and Squeaker comes in with the drill charge elimination. Dwight, are you okay? You just want to kill your teammates real quick? Do we want to talk about that? No, we're not going to talk about that. So, the gap has been closed. We are now in a 20-point difference between these two teams. BNN choking in these last moments. Definitely, it's all in the fault of Dwight Shrew. Who would have guessed?
Had the read, didn't get anything off of it though.
Gotta go listen to his fire safety presentation.
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds and they got this.
Ooh, Whale with the cruise missile, able to pick up one. Squeaker coming in. Going outside, but it's just constant. You gotta run. Ooh, nice double lineup. Hopefully Valorant team taking notes. Don't line up anymore. Had a few clads taken out on themselves.
If they hold this for the rest of the game, they do end up winning here.
Able to contest it. 15 seconds may be enough.
I think it's like 1 second off.
5 kill streak here for Chica right now, able to hold it down. I think he might be a couple points off,
so close.
Which means BNN's going to hold the next point and get those. They just need to hold it for about 5 seconds, so they'll come away with the win. With Java Express being only 2 points away, both teams are 2 points away. They're able to get it back, but now the recontest, and BNN now fully contest in a 2v1 situation. Dibs was the only one on point, but with the flank coming in, BNN takes it. That is something that I want to see clip there of just neck and neck right there. All out. Tooth and nail for that victory as we swap back over to our very own Boise State and Dropping Gaming. 4-4. Both these games so close.
That was insane how close that game was. 1 point away from each other second. That had me just absolutely mind blown there.
All down to Chosen, able to take down Father Time in a 1v3 situation. Now it's 1v2, but that long-range SMG will not favor him, so he will go down, giving Droppin' Gaming the lead 4-5. Broncos.
Both these series are just so close. As Java is just, that series over there is just one game mode ahead, but still just sharing the energy of being so close and tight-knitly together. And I think you said both these teams are 2-0?
Yeah, so Boise State Production Team and Drop-In Gaming are both 2-0, whereas the Hardpoint game we just saw, both those teams are 1-1 here. So fighting to get good seeding going into round 1 of our bracket, as this is still just the tail end of the group stage. But
there's a good first pick.
Nice, good first pick onto the Tsunami, but will then get taken out by King Boogs from a nice rotation flank. So 3v3 situation. Dead Silence coming online for Boogs as Michael gets taken down by Steezy.
Hearing something.
Minute remaining. Bomb carrier is down, but they did not know he had the bomb unless they get up to the corpse and see it themselves. As Spider goes down, Dotho able to at least take down Steezy. So it's a 1v1 situation. He has high ground for stairs, but he can only watch so many of these angles. Did commit the tactical, tries to go slow instead. He did see him, looked away at the wrong time. It's always that last second when you look away.
Oh, this is...
He has to hold the door. This is where you check the corners right as he activates Dead Silence. Gets taken out. We've seen that time and time again. Activate Dead Silence. You can only hip fire. Doesn't fire a bullet. Caught off guard. So Drop-In Gaming will take Search and Destroy against our very own production team. Close games.
Still,
back
just,
to
just
back.
such a close game. Both series, honestly. I mean, we just saw 1 point hard point match.
Yep.
And then we saw quite literally, I mean, 4-6 is sort of like, oh, you look at it, you're like, oh, they won by 2. but you look a little more in depth of the timeline of those games and sort of what happened. 1v1 pulls out the dead silence. That's Valorant timing for you right there. And that's a phenomenon that occurs in both games. So
I mean, it's the curse of any FPS of as soon as I do this thing where I can't aim, they're going to go for the angle, and you didn't have any tacticals or lethals to try to push them out. So just really close games back-to-back. But, of course, we are here for the Giving Games benefiting Idaho Food Bank. And if you would like to help support, go ahead and scan the QR code as it just disappeared. But you can clip it and go back. There it is one more time. But this is only day 2 of Call of Duty. We still got one more day afterwards as we're closing up our group stage heading into round 1 of the bracket. Things looking good for both these teams as we cover them. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready for the third and final round of Boise News Nation taking on Java Express, as well as our BSU production team going into Hardpoint.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds on to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness. There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things. If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Game Pans Esports Arena. We are continuing with more Call of Duty as we resume our coverage of back-to-back games of our production taking on Dropping Gaming, heading into Hardpoint, as well as Boise BNN taking on Java Express in their third and final round for our final group stage heading into the bracket. I'm your host, Brenner Ladd. Joined with me to call all of the action is Colin McJunkin. as we were talking over the break, hoping to see one of these teams come out on top, but they've both been so close.
Oh, yeah.
They come down to the wire for both of them. Hardpoint is the definition of, like, it was a point off of winning. Like, it was just throw your bodies on the point. It's maximum overtime in Overwatch. Just do it.
It wasn't even like, oh, like, we got all these points, and it's like the math was adding up perfectly for Java as well. It's like 30 seconds left. They were at 220 points. They just needed that. And then it was sort of just like, oh, all they need is 4 points. They've got this. And then just body after body after body. For, like, I think 6 or 7 seconds, it was just OT of, like, who gets this? And it wasn't until...
Like, each person slowly got 1 point. It was like, they're both at 248, 249.
Yeah.
Who gets it first? Just go.
Just get your body on the point. And it's such a small room, too. The one site that's, like, the smallest on the map happens to be the last one. So it's just, you have no room to breathe.
Hence where the SMGs come in of just where you want to bring out the fang of just spray and hopefully enough bullets hit your enemy's face that you're like, hey, I got the kill first. So as we get ready to jump into these matches, these teams are going to need all the help they can get. And so we're going to give them the ICCU keys to the game. And in Call of Duty, of course, that's believe, achieve, and repeat, followed by one, bleed green, and of course, help members achieve financial success. These are brought to you by the Idaho Central Credit Union, who wants you to go ahead and check out iccu.com/careers. They're always looking for the top talent to join their green team, and they have positions from IT to frontline tellers, programming to financial service officers. Thank you, ICCU. Continuing to dominate the performance, but we have yet to see their team tonight. Instead, we got double Boise teams taking on Drop-In Gaming and Java Express. Curious to see who's going to come out on top, because they've been so close. We did just see Drop-In Gaming barely beat out our own production team in Search and Destroy, but it was only 4-6, so it's clear ways to come back. Also just adjusting, warming up, as these are the first games of the night. Also curious how Boise News Nation, one of the newest competitors we have on the scene, taking on Java Express, who's done fairly well in the past, but still been able to beat them out in certain situations, but only by the skin of their teeth. So fingers crossed what might be coming up. Also, if we might have any new maps, or we're returning to one of 3 maps that works at all, because small indie company of wonderful Activision Blizzard.
It's great. It's fun. But I'm actually sort of more interested in the side of the Boise State versus Drop-In Gaming, because that was sort of like we've painted a picture of BNN and Java, right? But it's sort of like there was an unpainted picture about Boise State, and I think Hardpoint being their next game mode and map, I think it turns its touch differently, because that Search and Destroy is such a slower pace than Hardpoint. So I think Boise State's players are really going to shine in a more traditional sense of like arcade shooter, run around,
more team deathmatch, not having live limitations. Just get on point, hold it. You can respawn. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to. It's not as much pressure in that sense.
Play a little bit more riskier.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you always have to worry about kill streaks. We've seen cruise missile comes in, maybe even a VTOL jet if they can get high enough. Haven't seen that yet, because kill streaks are limited in CDL rules. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out, because both these teams are fighting to maintain undefeated streaks right now, both being 2-0, whereas BNN are both 1-1, having lost to ICCU East. So who can reclaim and try to beat out that top team that's never been beaten?
Which I don't remember which kill streak it was, but kind of on the topic of kill streaks that we were talking about, I don't remember what it was, but they're sort of broken to themselves as well. So I'm more interested on what players bring out and how effective those really work.
Well, as we are waiting to get into these lobbies, we do have some replays to look back on, hopefully including one of those at the tail end. But we take a back look on to Hardpoint. It's just tooth and nail right here at the end of just hiding corners, pushing around, but then wipes out. Teammate comes flanking and gets the win for him. It was just rolling over each other, stumbling over bodies, bullets spraying everywhere. Now on to Search and Destroy with our very own Boise State team. 2v3 situation. 2v2 closes out very nicely. Bomb even goes down. I believe this is a situation where he just looked away at just the wrong time, able to get a beautiful flank onto Steezy. Now with Squeaker getting a nice clean double with that P9000. The beautiful returning guns, but now Cheeker getting a double. Also, a nice change from this to Cold War is the trophy system does no longer absorb bullets as you throw it, as we've seen in the past of that using as a bullet shield, just throw it and run away. So with these nice little replays, we're going to jump right into both of these games back-to-back once again. Love seeing this view with Control now for BNN and Java and Hardpoint for Boise and Drop-In Gaming. It seems that Drop-In Gaming has taken an early lead, but it's only 6 points. So still both these games kicking off. Neither team on the side of Control have gotten any lead. I believe only a single tick onto B has been taken by Java here. But Boise or Bronco Nation News was able to retake BNN, as I will continue to call them because I always forget which Bronco or Boise it is.
Same thing.
Is it? No.
It's close enough. When
the Broncos is Boise.
If you're watching the giving games, you know what we're referring to if we mean Bronco or Boise. Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Well, nice early lead coming out for Drop-In Gaming. Her production team was only able to get up to 22 before wiped off the point, but they decided to just rotate next as spawns coming in their favor, able to take down 2, make that 3. Chosen able to get a double. Saw him dolphin dive across. We love to see it. Of course, as soon as he goes to run up the stairs, trophy systems not being activated. Instead, dead silence coming out for Sean Tsunami. And one of the first team kills in this series. A Father Time taking on King Foods. That's the only problem with lethal grenade spam is your teammates may not know where you threw it and run into it. We've seen that happen for our own Boise State team as well. A beautiful Semtex that did not stick that close. Instead, going to go for the jump around the corner, able to take down one trade out. But Durtho able to get a clean double, taken down by Steezy, but Chosen was there with the follow-up.
That would have been so nice if it was a triple ended up that way.
But we want Boise State.
No, yeah, that's what it was Professor that got the double, and then it was not Kobo that took the third kill. I was saying it would have been nice if Professor got that triple.
Yeah. Got to keep it somewhat even, though, as the hard point rotates over to Drop-In Gaming's favor, as they just rotated and went next. Only a 20-point difference between these two teams right now. Sticking to super close. Hard point has been, even though it is one of the longest game modes out of the 3, it has definitely been one of the closest, just constantly flipping back and forth. Because as long as someone's on the hard point, the timer is paused until someone gets to 250. So if it's constantly contested, this can be one of the longest drawn-out modes. But Call of Duty being so fast-paced can take a lot out of you. Not even checking the high ground here. Perks of having the crossfire set up as Cody takes down Chosen there. Focuses on the trophy system first. A nice distraction. Michael able to take him down, but
it did that bullet sponge thing.
It did. I mean, it's a nice distraction method of I want to be able to throw my grenades. Ooh, Michael brings out the pistol once again. He loves that pistol because it works out for him so many times. Ooh, AR just too much recoil there. We'll finally bring it back.
Drop-In Gaming holding this point for a while now. They're sort of closing this point gap that was pretty big at the start of this third point. Boise State is yet to contest.
Case Steezy also on a 3-kill streak right now. Wants to try to get one of those. Nice little bullet in the back there. We definitely saw that, Dartho. It's fine, but at least Chosen was able to pick up one. Ooh, a nice nade could pick up one. Got a little bit of poke damage there, but didn't check his corner, so will fall to the Boogs. Michael with a nice aim, able to get him through the jump. Playing with that controller, aim assist, helps him with the tracking. Ooh, but Shawnee Tsunami with a nice swing, able to pick up one onto Michael, but not the other of Durtho.
Wow, Drop-In Gaming very dominant on this point. For this being the first time to be able to contest, and it's not till the very end of the hard point that happens. But
switching back over to Control, it seems that BNN took first round while they were attacking, so now it is on the pressure of Java Express to try to take this round. Whether it's the points or the lives, we don't know which way they won. Drop-In Gaming is continuing to build this commanding lead of 20, now on to 30 points right now. Switching over to Control, who trying to get that first aid hit, unable to do so. Nice headshot coming out from Whale as he tried to slide onto point. Nice double with that MP5. I believe that's the MP5. Swap over to his M4 thanks to Overkill. Nice nade as well coming out from Dwight. This time not killing both of his teammates. Huge life advantage right now for BNN.
Yeah, BNN is just absolutely dominating right now. Having to 7 more lives than it was, and I just want to point out Whale here, 17-6.
18.
18 now. As I said, it got another kill. If that doesn't explain Whale
now
to
19.
you,
He's moving on up. Will he break triple digits? Probably. He'll find a way.
Yeah.
There's only 18 lives, but he'll find a way. We all know he will. The highest we've seen him go, I believe, was 41 on hard point.
Jesus.
So he is definitely the god carry of his team. Quickly followed by Dibs, who's done very well, but not doing so well on control. A 10-life lead here for BNN against Java right now. They are struggling to get even the tiniest foothold onto the point. Finally, they're going to just full commit onto A, but they are only able to get the first tick as well. Shows up, going to trade out 1 for 1, but Dibs is there to cover his back. Trying to get as much progress as possible. Halfway to second pip. Shima is there, going to go for the long nade, but Trophy System's there to save the day. We saw prior on Wednesday, it was the Battle of the Truck. Beautiful dolphin dive right into the bullet spray of Shima. Got to check the corners. Able to get all of the bullets into the knees because we didn't have access to arrows. So we're able to finally reclaim A, but only 15 seconds remaining. They need to get onto a point to at least try to get some overtime here. But with no respawns remaining, that spells doom for Java Express, and that should be it.
Full control on that. Stalls it out, that 7 seconds timer.
But even if they do cap A, they should get a little bit time back. But there's only 3 lives remaining to cap all of B versus the 17 life lead. 2 down. It's all up to Heeker to eliminate 16 people. It's fine. He can definitely do it. It's not like he's being rushed by 3 members. Able to take down Whale, who tried to go for the slide kill. Turns the corner. Didn't have the health regen. Will go down. So BNN takes it. So let's swap back over to our Bronco production team, who is behind by 40 points right now. It's not looking too good, but they have plenty of time to make it up. Only 100 points to victory, whereas Epic Gaming is trying to minimize that to 50 right now.
Tuesday Dropping Gaming is having such a dominant performance right now.
It seems this is definitely their mode more than Search and Destroy was, having a much more commanding lead rather than just the simple 2 rounds. Battle hardened, able to help him secure that nade. Beautiful flank. Not even a single person turning to recognize the bullet fire. Must not have the best gamer headsets to hear those bullets whizzing past their heads. King Booz with that beautiful flank getting a 2-piece for himself. Passing the 200 marker means they're on the last 40-point stretch. Broncos need to start playing for the future and heading to that new hardpoint, controlling it and not losing it here.
This one site could end the game for them right now.
Cody
if they hold this for the entire time.
Durtho, another friendly fire. At least it was with a headshot, so he was getting accurate there. Needs to be accurate on the enemies, not his teammates. High ground advantage. Gonna allow for a nice trade here. 4v4 situation. Only 10 points away from taking this hardpoint victory. 100-point difference here. It seems Drop In Gaming will take away hardpoint, bringing them to a 2-0 in this 3-match. But finally, the Broncos are able to take with only 15 seconds remaining, trying to get as much hope.
This could be redemption arc.
It's never down but never out. Now 8 seconds remaining. They should take it here. No one's there to recontest. Drop In Gaming takes hardpoint and Search and Destroy, so they will be taking away that victory, but they still will be playing control as we always play the 3 maps. So hopping back over to BNN. This is constant action.
This is flipped from last time. This is Java with more lives remaining and an equal side of map control so far here, but overall, like, if they trade back and forth right now, they get the dub. They get the W.
It's definitely a defender-sided map right now.
Ooh, catches the nade. Might get the double.
Nice swing there coming out from Dibs. But with the precision airstrike coming in, able to pick up one for Java. Gonna try to Kobe the nade, not pick up anybody. Dibs with another nice double. Will finally get his streak taken down. Does have a cruise missile online, as well as the VTOL jet for another. It's definitely much more of a bloodbath. They only have double their lives right now, but trying to close that gap much faster. They did even cap a point. So, BNN may be down in lives, but they are at least having time on their side, whereas Java Express are eliminating faster than they can even get on point.
Looks like this is looking to be the end of it. Mike Katrick will be off the rotation. Dibs is well aware of it, though.
Java Express looking to take this round as they're on the last 4 lives. No respawns after this. If you die, you die. And there goes Shima. Found Thanatos, able to take him down. They just need to get on point. They're running out of time here. Java Express doesn't need to rush, do anything. They get to just hold their corners. Another one falls, able to pick up one, but might be too little too late. Just trying to pat the KD the best they can. Trophy system even sees him in the log, just gonna accept that he can't do it. He's got 5 seconds to get on point. He's the last remaining member and will just get shot down. Java Express will take it, bringing us 2-1. BNN was on match point there, so Java trying to claw back.
Gotta give kudos to Whale, though, for bringing it to single-digit lives on the side of Java. By the way, all I could think of when you said arrow on the knee was I was an adventurer like you once.
Yeah. That's why I
said that. That's why you said it?
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
Cool. Right, yeah.
What
I'm
other thing
glad,
would
I'm
I
glad
be
I got the
referencing?
reference. I'm glad I got the reference, all right? I'm not a meme lord. I'm not cultured.
You're too young to understand.
Yeah.
I waited in line for the midnight release of Skyrim at the GameStop in my local mall. Because I'm that old.
In the local mall?
Yeah. Back in Washington, baby. Capital Mall, woo!
Get right into it, though. Java already starting off strong with 3 compared to their loss of 1. And the knife? Oh, I thought he was about to.
No, that was his
about
teammate.
to get a knife on
I mean, he still could have knifed his teammate. We've seen it happen in the past, so we know it's definitely, if you're just adrenaline pumping Call of Duty running and gunning, it's like, hey, that's a teammate. But that's an extra kill. Get that kill streak that much quicker. It looks better on your stats.
Do it for the lulz.
Also, Squeaker is up to 32 kills. This is where you get some very high kill numbers going. Whale's up to 37. I mean, it's definitely still possible to break his record of, I believe, 41, maybe a bit higher. Fingers crossed we can see that happen.
Whale definitely beats him. There's no way Whale doesn't get over 40 here.
You're going to jinx him now. It's a caster curse. You call it out, and he's just going to go by the wayside.
Maybe that's my real motivation. I want to see the world burn.
Okay, Joker. Calm down. Ooh, playing it slow and steady. Already capped A so quickly.
They did have a lot of bodies on.
Coming online, getting second pip of B. Will be contested, though. A 3-man rush. Dibs getting a double. Cheeker is able to close it out, trying to get the prone member of Thanatos out of the corner. Will just get flanked. The second point of B. Precision airstrike coming down right onto point. This could result in possibly self-suicide, but the cruise missile coming in as well. And a 4-man wipe means they will finally be able to defend it and reverse all of that progress made. But they have to hold it for 2 minutes. Pressure's on.
Java with the life advantage, but not by a lot. Only by 3. Oh, and
again,
there's that phenomenon.
Silence.
Oh,
Seen that happen again and again.
You.
Ooh, nice precision, able to pick up one more.
Sees the foot. You see the foot in the corner. You saw it. Peek it.
Oh!
Oh.
Nice human shield distraction coming out from the teammate. Whale's coming in with another
40.
double. He's at 41.
41. One more.
That's the highest I remember him getting from Wednesday. There it is. There's the 42.
Yeah, baby. That's what
He's on that 3-kill streak as well. I believe he gets 2 more. He will have that cruise missile online once again. Squeaker with his own double coming in here, but the trophy system's coming. Clutch. Save the day. Everyone's just playing Jaeger right now. Everyone loves those trophy systems.
With or without the ACOG?
I don't think he even has the ACOG anymore.
No, he does not. He does not have the ACOG.
They took that away years ago.
Very long ago. Even when I played the game, it was gone.
Ugh, good old days.
There it is.
Java's got to take it. They just were able to cap him out. Not even a life elimination. Is this going to be a reverse sweep from 2-0 to 2-3?
This is really getting too close for comfort.
These teams are there's a reason why they both lost to ICCUEs but have been the top players in their rank right now, and why they're facing off against each other.
Exactly.
But you have to wonder if they go up against, say, the Boise State or even Drop in Gaming, who have remained undefeated, what that game's going to look like.
Whale getting to a 40-piece here, and here's Dibs.
If you just combined it, you've
they're pretty even. They're pretty
even
to each other.
Ooh, but Squeaker's up to 39. He's trying to close the gap the best he can. At least Dibs is still on that 2-kill streak, trying to get up to 5 for that cruise. Must have Dead Silence coming online for Squeaker, but will get scouted out by Dibs camping in the truck. Are they going to shoot the trophy system? Jack's going to go down. Oh, was going to get shot in the back, but Whale's able to get the refrag for both of those eliminations onto Squeaker and Cheeker.
This is nasty, Dantos. Just sitting outside of sight, prone.
He saw the feet.
Gets one.
That's how you know he's a Siege player. He shoots the toes. He's just going to camp where you see the tiniest little sliver and just one bullet at a time to shoot off each toe. He's going to go down eventually.
Using your shorty to cut, to shoot out these little holes in the bottom of the wall. Any new player's nightmare.
Ooh, what's this? Oh no, what you do is you just play Maverick. You get your blowtorch. Let's go. Full silence.
Until you hear it and you turn around and you have this perfect little hole.
And you just see his eyeball and you're like, uh-oh. His gun barrel's sticking all the way through with a super long silencer. Oh, it's great. God, now I want to play Siege. Why did you do this to me?
Incognito. We'll run a couple rounds.
Please, no. I don't want to reinstall that game. But Lives finally in the advantage of BNN right now, as only a point remains for them. They are attacking as well. Things are looking up. They have 1:30 to cap this, and they are currently capturing it and have site control. Whale with a huge swing, able to take down the 2 defenders who were trying to regroup, but a nice headshot coming out from Squeaker to take down Shima, who was the one capping the point. Now contested, prone in the corner.
Whale is at 52 kills, by the way.
I'm telling you, he'll find a way to break 100. He will find a way. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Whale. And he's halfway there. And he doesn't need to live on a prayer. He has the gun. It's fine. Get another double up to 54. They have 1 minute to cap this point. They have the first tick done. Ooh, nice early spray is going to get a nice double. Cheeker. Trophy system going down once again. The battle of the trophy systems right now just being key. Surprised we're not seeing more smoke grenades either. It's a lot of stuns and a couple flashes.
A lot of trophy systems as well. So,
ooh.
Precision.
Nice strafing run. Or precision. I don't know.
They might.
They look the same, obviously.
Yeah,
the tiny little symbol is just,
They're all the same.
It was a strafing run. Precision has wider wingspan. Because those A10 Warthogs.
True. I think precision, This is a precision airstrike. She got called in. Yeah. Less than 30 seconds left.
He's on a
quick weapon swap.
6-kill streak. The cruise missile coming in, only picking up 1. That
8
precision getting a
now.
double! Love seeing good precision strikes. No clusters, though, sadly. I believe those were taken out of CDL rules.
No more respawns remaining for both sides. And 2 left for Java. There's 2 players.
They got 10 seconds. They have to get on point here. If Java's able to defend in a 2v4 situation, they will take it. Now it's 2v3.
Oh, you have to get on.
Now it's a 1v2. Squeaker, even now it's a 1v1 between Shima. He has the sight, but doesn't have the aim. Java down to the wire once again. No time on the clock. 1v1 situation. Squeaker clutches it out.
What is this series? What is this series? How does this happen? How do we have such polar opposites of like Drop in Gaming having such a level of dominance, but then like, oh, you go to the other series and it's literally BNN and Java just going blow for blow. 1 point difference. Both series to decide it. What is this?
This is the Giving Games, baby. We're here benefiting the Idaho Food Bank. If you'd like to help support us as well, you can scan that QR code and donate as well. proudly sponsored by Idaho Central Credit Union as well. Something we do yearly, and proud to continue this going forward. Multiple companies have stepped up and helped us donate even more, and every dollar donated can help up to 4 meals for needy families. So please go ahead and scan that QR code and help those in need, as this is the season of giving. But right now, these Call of Duty teams ain't giving an inch.
They haven't. I think what now is that BNN up 2-1?
I think it's Java Express up 2-1.
I think Java's okay. All right.
Because BNN, I think, took Search and Destroy, and now
Yeah.
Java or it's the other way. It's too close for me to remember. So we're going to take a break, recuperate as we get ready to see the final showdown of our BSU production team taking in Drop-In Gaming.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. It proceeds on to the last moment.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. It gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness. There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things. If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're a caster. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena, where we are continuing our coverage of some Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 for our 2022 Giving Games. I'm still your host, Brendan Brayladen, and joined with me to call all of the action is Colin McJunkin. We've had some nail-biting games, to say the least, of how close both of these teams have gotten, primarily the Bronco Nation News and Java Express. These two teams it was a point off, a life off. It was just how thread tiny can you get of how close these teams got.
There is no way you can get closer, maybe push into OT, but I think that's literally like on the edge of your seat, nail biting. Yeah, so they already did that. They already did everything to make it as close as they can be, so it just kind of shows how good these teams are in comparison to others.
Well, these teams can only get better with the help of the ICCU keys to the game. And in Call of Duty, that is to believe, achieve, and of course repeat. One by one, bleed green, and help members achieve financial success. And these are brought to us by Idaho Central Credit Union, who invites you to check out iccu.com/careers, and that they are always looking for top talent to join their green team. They have positions from IT to frontline tellers, programmers to financial service officers. So make sure to check them out at iccu.com/careers. Well, we are getting ready and geared up to begin our bracketed stage with, I believe, it is our Boise State production taking on ICCU East. But before we can even get to that exciting action, we have some replays to recap what we just saw in the prior final group stage matches. We're going to kick things off with BNN taking on Java Express in some nail-biting action. Whale being the star player, quickly followed by Dibs being the two dominating carries for this BNN team. Just cleaning up shop, and then even swapping over to our beautiful double game preview to where Java Express was able to clap back, but then Whale getting a double and make that a triple. Don't remember if he got the quad here, but still just popping off again and again and again. With only 16 seconds remaining, they were still able to cap that point, if I am remembering it correctly. So,
and then Dibs gets a double here as well.
Yep.
And then it's just Whale ends up finishing that entire series with, I think, 54, 53 kills, I think, the entire thing. So it's sort of like
50 plus is, I mean,
insane.
In a game where each team only has 25 lives or something, he's getting 50 plus kills in 3 rounds is utter ridiculousness.
57 and 25. That is a plus 2.0 KD in that game. That is like a 1.0 KD is like, all right, like you're doing pretty good. You're on the track to being
especially
really
in a
great.
4v4.
Yeah, in a 4v4 sense.
It's ridiculous how good some of these players can be and why they are so good. But we, of course, are here for the good cause of the Idaho Food Bank. We've partnered with Idaho Central Credit Union in this Giving Games tournament, where we will compete for glory, but the ultimate winners will be neighbors facing hunger, who will receive nutritious food meals thanks to the contestants and spectator support. For every $1 donated to the food bank, it can provide up to 4 meals. And for more information and on how you can watch and support, check them out at boisestate.edu/event/givinggames2022, or you can just scan the QR code to donate yourself. We are in day 2 of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 tournament, with tomorrow to close out our bracket as we begin the first stage of our bracket. Players up on stage of both our Boise State production team and BNN Dibs there right next to the camera. We can see Chosen, the man, the myth, the legend, who's the carry himself and never team kills with grenades whatsoever. No proof of it.
We definitely didn't have anybody accidentally shoot teammates in the back.
Not at all.
No, we definitely didn't.
He definitely didn't get a double off his teammates because he wanted to. Mm-hmm. But with Call of Duty being the small indie company that's only been out for about 2 months, we're going to have some technical difficulties and going to go ahead and throw it to a break. But make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back with some Call of Duty.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. And Prestige does it.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness. There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but... Oh, why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things. If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, hear a crowd, hear casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Hello and welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena. We are here to kick off our first round of our bracket Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Giving Games Tournament. I'm still your host, Brenner Ladd, and joined with me to call off the action is Jacob Palmer. So, we are ready to kick things off with both one match of our upper and lower division with our Boise State production team taking on the undefeated champions of ICCU East, both teams undefeated, I might add. And then we're going to jump over to our lower bracket with Java Express taking on the Idaho Army National Guard.
This is what it's all led up to, the match against ICCU East. If there is a reason, just one reason, why it's specifically Call of Duty we did for the Giving Games, it's because ICCU East is so dominant at it. So seeing at how Boise State, this was the match we were hyping up on Wednesday, and so it's finally Friday, and let's get into it.
Yeah, so it seems already that it's actually even 2v2 situation here. With only 10 seconds remaining, though. Boise State's going to have to try to make a play here. It's 1v1 situation with only Spida left alive. We'll be able to get the bomb plant down. So I thought, as it seems that was... Oh, no. They were unable to defuse, so the bomb exploded, and the ICCU East got it. Okay, they were attacked.
We're still a long way off. I almost wonder if it just wouldn't... Nah, I don't think you would have had to defuse, so he didn't really have the time to do that, but the fact that it just came down to one person, I think, is going to show that now is the time
Another tooth and nail kill.
Landslides are a thing of the past. We are here in the upper bracket.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not jinxing. You know,
it's
if there's
happened
anyone
too
who
many
should,
times.
if there's one person who should be at least concerned about jinxing, it's you, because you can go out on any note that you want tonight.
What? But already, Hellfire Spider is going to be the first one taken down, quickly followed by Michael following right behind him. So already, it's a 4v2 situation. A little bit damage through the wall, though. Will not even take Pickle Fork down as Chosen will get taken down. At least Dirtho's able to pick up one, tried to go for the bomb, and got eliminated. So a much more dominating victory for ICCU East in a 2-0 lead, as it is first to 6. Broncos still have plenty of time to bring it back.
And Chosen just caught completely off guard in that rotation. But I really do think it's Pickle Fork who is kind of one of the MVPs for ICCU. Was here, you know, for the last giving games, has been here in the arena, not playing in it quite yet, but it's really him and Frosty who are really stepping up to the plate, and they get in the Broncos' heads a little bit.
Yeah, this is definitely Call of Duty Search and Destroy is Battle of the Mind games once again. The Fire Spider will go down first quickly. Oh, beautiful nade coming out from Chosen there. Finally not getting a team kill, and we'll get a double, even things out. Oh, make it a 1v3 situation. Now it's a 1v1, just
now
like
it's just Chosen left, and Chosen has branded himself as the carry for this team. So it's swapped around, excuse me.
It's all good, as it is now Dirtho taking on Pickle Fork.
Who, in his own right, is a clutch player. He's been a clutch player for Rocket League. We'll see if he can be the clutch player for Call of Duty.
Bomb plant goes down. Now it's roles swapped instead of defenders. Now we'll have to be the attacker, who's going to be running right into the sideline with.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, sprint, run, jump was not looking at the right angle. Couldn't sight it in time. So ICC will go up 3-0. Definitely, once again, coming down to these 1v1s, we know the production team can do it.
You could have not gotten Pickle Fork to give up that angle for his life. He was so locked on, no movement whatsoever.
Great prediction skills coming out here, as it seems, once again, the beautiful technical difficulties of the small indie company Blizzard have struck again. So as we wait to get back into game, already back into the game. Perfect. We haven't missed a single beat here. We'll see if Hellfire Spider is once again the first one to get taken down, just leading the pack, charging forward with his Fennec, or we finally slow things down and let someone else be first blood or get first blood.
Pickle Fork and both the second Frisky are kind of moving in around Boise State to constrict them. Boise State all bunched up in the center, so this could be a very nasty flank brought out for ICCU East. They are holding the high ground. They're going to be able to take out the first one against Jumping Armadillo. Now Boise State with the 4-3 lead. What is next? ICCU is climbing up through the window, and Boise State is going to be able to mow him down as well. With it now being a 4-2, Boise State is making the move toward point B to plant.
Good thing he did not run out that angle, as it was Pickle Fork who had that long. Pickle Fork first death finally now coming in. So a 4v1 situation. This could be a flawless for Boise State if they can find Frosty before Frosty finds one of them. Bomb plant does go down. 45 seconds. Still plenty of time, but limiting 4 members will not happen. So Boise State brings it back with a flawless for their first win.
And this time I actually can be confident correct in saying that was Chosen being the clutch. He is on a 5-kill streak thus far.
He has 5 kills. He is down in between. He is on a 1-kill streak right at the moment.
Now it shows you the streak, and he does have 5 kills, but all those 5 kills have been gotten back to back to back, is what I'm saying.
Really?
See, he's on the streak. Yeah, you see at the scoreboard there.
Whoa.
It shows.
Proving me wrong. All right. Living up to the name of the carry that he was bragging in between rounds.
It just took him a few rounds, but now he is the carry.
You're not wrong. So he was 0-3, and then he just became 5-3.
Oh, but he's moving in. He's going. Oh,
and there it goes.
Too greedy. He gets taken out by the nade, then Pickle Fork. But it is traded 1-for-1 with a pick on to Jumping Armadillo, so 3v3.
No one has higher than 1 kill streak so far. Michael goes down to Pickle Fork once again. Pickle Fork becoming that star player right now on a triple. He's trying to get the ace here with only Dirtho left alive, but Dirtho will get taken down by another team member. So was that an ace for ICCU East? I don't think they lost a single member.
You know, if it is, I am still not going to call it just for morale purposes, but that was so insane what Pickle Fork did. Essentially, also, Boise State caught him at the angle. They were able to get the first hit onto him, but Pickle Fork is just so quick and so much more accurate that he just did a quick flick and he wasn't in any danger anymore. So now all those streaks for Boise are gone.
Yep. The sad reality of Search and Destroy is going to lose one way or the other for those kill streaks unless you continue it forward. He did scout out and will stun himself promptly. So Michael will be taken down first blood by Jumping Armadillo, who also is able to get chosen but gets taken down by Cody Hellfire Spider. So now it is a 2v3 situation. Looking to plant the bomb somewhere. Still stuck in that mid building. Gonna have to watch each other's flanks as this building can get run down so quickly with how many SMGs are being run here.
Frosty, tentatively checking all the angles, but chooses the wrong one. It was a 50-50 choice. He chooses wrong. Talking about 50-50, that means it's all evened up 2 apiece.
But Pickle Fork is still alive.
That's the problem.
That 3 kill streak.
Oh, how can you?
That long range engagement with the M4 will go his way. Ooh, didn't even make the angle. Sees the feet though. And he had to commit to the bomb plant. He did not have time on his side, so Pickle Fork will take it.
That is absolutely disgusting. I mean, you're watching the one door that he's walking through and he still manages to get you.
Yeah, can't afford her to wait that long and just sit there and plant the bomb. So it is match point. Broncos only having a point to their name right now, but this is only Search and Destroy. We still have both hardpoint and control afterwards for the Broncos to bring it back.
I'm also wondering what's happening with Fish here. Because Fish usually isn't this bad in terms of bottom fragging, but something's wrong here.
Oh, hey, look at that. First blood once
0,
again.
So he's flawless in a certain way.
Flawless in feeding. Ooh, nice drop down coming out from Chosen, able to trade out at least 1-for-1.
One left.
Dartho falls. So it's a 1v3 situation. Pickle Fork is on a 6 kill streak, has Cruise Missile online if he wants to send that personal I got this, but instead his teammate will get it. So ICCU East will take Search and Destroy pretty handily in a 6-1. So now headed over to Hardpoint. This is where we can see the Broncos maybe come to life here, not just be restricted to 1 life, 1 round.
And this is going to be the one chance for the Broncos to turn around, especially because I think Hardpoint is such more of a mobile mode. I think if there's one thing that we saw from that last round, it's like you just can't take on Pickle Fork 1 by 1. If he is in his line of sight, he is not. So the only way I can see to, get rid of him is to flank him, take him from behind so he can't shoot back at you. And maybe the more mobility of Hardpoint will allow the Broncos to do that.
Yeah, or maybe just try to run him down with the SMG hip fire and try to out-bullet him, even though he's gotten really accurate with that M4 for the headshots. But of course, can't forget, we are here benefiting the Idaho Food Bank, and if you would like to help us donate, you can go ahead and scan that QR code. Every dollar donated can help donate up to 4 meals for needy families this holiday season. So please help donate as we are in day 2 of our Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 tournament. Tomorrow will be the end as we are just now kicking off our bracket. We finished up the group stage as we take a look back of the replays of the prior matches. We're getting ready to head into Hardpoint.
I don't know if I even want to see these replays because some of these replays involving Pickle Fork are just so tilting. This was the one moment Boise State could have gotten off to a little bit of a better start, but they just didn't have enough time to defuse. I got to say, that's not necessarily as climactic an explosion as the spike is in Valorant. I'm just saying.
Well, one of these things is not like the other.
I know. They're worlds apart, but still.
Just a little bit.
I want a big boom, okay?
That nade was beautiful, though. Like, post-mortem, got the double. So, at least it wasn't his teammate, as we've seen prior.
But see, this was the moment here, because you can see Pickle Fork setting this down. He just allows almost no time. I mean, Fish was still running at the time. Yep. And then the first hit, the first bullet gets put onto Pickle Fork, but he just effortlessly flicks to take out Boise State from the low ground.
Superior aim, man. He's got it down. drilled in. Even here we can see Dirtha tries to go for the long-range engagement.
You're waiting for him to come to you, and he still gets you.
He's got the hours. There's a reason why he ended that, I believe, 9-1, and poor old Michael was 0-7.
I will admit that there was one moment when Pickle Fork was humbled. It was when he had to play Mario Kart against a certain individual. So maybe we just need to have a you need to bring the giants back down to reality sometimes. You know what I mean?
Just anything that is not Call of Duty.
Yeah, that is literally anything else.
Some people like specializing in their one game. But as we wait to see whether we are going into a hard point of this next match or jumping into Search and Destroy for our Java versus the Idaho Army National Guard, a team that we have not seen on the desk whatsoever, who I believe is currently 0-2, whereas Java Express is 1-2. So we are going to be jumping into Search and Destroy for the Idaho Army National Guard, and the teams are swapped due to technical difficulties with the perfect indie company game of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
I did not know that. Is that the first time that you have mentioned that tonight?
You know, I think it is.
You know, for all the times that you have mentioned it, this is nothing like Wednesday. I'm just going to say, you don't realize how good things are going here today. We at least have a game to cast. I was there. But right now, doesn't look like anyone from the Idaho Army National Guard is here because there's only one left. It's a 2-on-1 with Java leading. Graham taking a bit of damage down below half. Nade thrown out.
I believe Java Express has also subbed in a player for Drewski for, do not remember, but it's the first time I've seen his name on their roster. And for the side of Idaho Army National Guard, they got a Draven. So, you know, we are reaching peak Call of Duty levels when we're having to bring over the toxicity of League of Legends. But in this 1v1 situation, 30 seconds remaining, time is not in their favor. He's even going to stun himself. Oh, no. He's going to go for the plant, though, with Drewski trying to find that sniper angle. Will not be able to do it with the SP-80. He's got 10 seconds to plant the bomb, and he doesn't have the bomb. That might be it. He's able to see it, but with that sniper, National Guard will take it.
Actually, remember, that is Java Express.
Correct.
It is opposite day. And this was the moment. This is just, I don't even need to see the play. All I need to see is that golden skin. Remember, this game just came out.
It's been out for like a month and a half.
It's a month and a half, but if you're already rocking the golden skins, it's just like, oh.
Well, the other thing that they've changed about is there's no prestiging. It's just max level 55. And they changed how the weapon progression also works, which I think it's stupid how they changed it, but we won't get into that.
Listen, it doesn't matter what weapon. If Pickle Fork has it, it's a dangerous weapon in my mind.
A lot of people have had gold. I believe it goes gold, platinum, onyx from there, and we've seen maybe 1 or 2 platinums at the most, so people are really putting in the hours here. But right now it is a 3v3 situation, 2v2 situation, 2v1 situation. National Guard trying to even things up, but once again, it is Draven taking on Drewski, and a nice quick scope coming out from Java Express will put them at 2-0.
It definitely seems like the Search and Destroys have just been complete landslides from here on out. It just one shot, one kill. Draven,
I don't know if it would be a landslide, though, because it's always coming down to a 1v1. So that's the closest you can get in these situations, minus, planting the bomb. It seems that they've just been going for speed round TDM rather than actually planting. And also, most of these teams love running these heavier AKs. So we will have to see if this will continue to pay off for them, as Dead Silence will be popped for multiple members of the National Guard.
Great. Grim Cheeker getting a view onto Yunmei, but he didn't even have to because Jack had his back and was already getting the pick. And this trades back and forth, made down to 2-2. Fairley and Draven, as well as Drewski, still alive. Java Express still has an opportunity, and Squeaker is just, he's kind of been the closer for Java Express. He's activated Dead Silence. He has to go 1-on-2.
I believe that's also Drewski's
first
death. Another nice quick scope coming out for Java Express.
See them?
Oh, he misses it by that much, even with a red mask on, highlighting his face.
He's trying to get
Draven
away.
Survives. You got to close that distance. You have the advantage of the AK. Dead silence may not help you so much against the sniper. Ooh, he's a hair to the right, unable to get the second shot as he has to rechamber the weapon. So, the National Guard will get the first one as we take a look on what's currently happening with ICCU. Is taking on our very own Bronco production team, and right now they're taking a lead on Hardpoint.
Game decided, in my mind. In my heart.
All right.
I'm going to screenshot this and just say that this, like, no context whatsoever. Listen, what team has the higher number right now? That's all I need to know.
Well, we're going to jump into it and follow the action, as right now there's a 20-point lead, but how long will that stay? We will have to wait and see, as no one's even on the hard point. They're just trying to give eliminations for people trying to rotate over to it, and Michael finally has some kills. He got a hold to.
Hardpoint has now moved down.
ICCU East made sure to rotate first.
Oh, doesn't look the right way.
He won that.
He's at 17. Are you kidding me? This is just no.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
No.
We do have Chosen on a 4-kill streak right now, trying to get that cruise missile. Is going to have to wait for the health regen to come online before Armadillo can push the point. I mean, but Cody will get double team there as Picklefork ends up committing suicide with the grenade, cooking it just a hair too long and didn't throw it in time.
It really says something when the only one who can truly take out Picklefork is Picklefork. But Boise State has regained control of the hard point, should have it for at least a few more seconds. Going to go past 40, and Professor and Notkoba locking it down. Professor's going to get taken out by who else? Picklefork, but Boise State is going to have to give up control of the hard point as it moves over to the other side of the map. And fortunately for Boise State, Fish, who was trying to claim it early, is going to have himself fall.
Yeah, so ICCU East, this has definitely seemed to be their more comfortable hard point on this map, whereas the Broncos definitely prefer that closer quarters with their SMGs. Seems to be the two defining strategies is commit to the airs or commit to close range has been the main strategy of the giving games. As jumping over to it gets a nice double. We're going to cut back over and see the current status of Java taking on the Guard, and it's a 1-4 situation. Seems Java is still having a commanding lead as ICCU East has finally taken the lead here. They're up 20 points now, but running out of ammo means that he will get pushed, not having health. We're going to throw the nade, but Frisk, his teammate, was able to close that out. Or Frosty, my bad, getting a double there. Picklefork, second one to break double digits. Chosen got 11 kills before him, but Picklefork will maintain his streak, currently up to 3.
We head back into this hardport match.
Ooh, he went for the melee. Ooh, but Dartho getting a double.
Nice job by Dartho. The question is it going to transfer over into hardpoint control? He still has to go up against Jumping Armadillo, who's going to take him out.
Ooh.
And the hardpoint's still quite much in the favor of ICCU East. They're probably going to go north of triple digits at this point.
Picklefork killing his own teammate once again with the frag grenade, seemed to be his Achilles heel right now, as he gets a nice long-range shot on
there
Chosen,
go.
but getting solo health and having to go for that push will be taken down. That trophy system doing work, even though it's sitting out in the open. Fire Spider only 2-10 right now. Make that 2-11. Struggling after doing pretty decent on Search and Destroy, whereas Picklefork is 15-6. No kill streaks have yet to come online, as these teams have been able to keep each other in check. No one getting higher than 4 kill streak right now. Frisky's the highest one to maintain it right now with a nice double on the rotating members of the Broncos, not covering each other's backs when making these plays. But look at the difference right now. They are 80 points ahead.
Oh, and look out for this flank from Frisky. He's walking right past Fish. I don't know if any of Boise State is going to be expecting this. Here he goes. He's going to swing around, take out Hellfire Spider. Who's next on his list? Looks like it's going to be Fish, and he goes down as well. It's a fish fry, unfortunately.
He's only 6-14. It's fine. But this lead continues to grow. They're about to be 100 points ahead unless the Broncos can at least contest the hard point. They are definitely preferring the indoor points to try to get a lead here as Java Express is up 5-1 right now. Seems that this game might be in the bag in a 3v3 situation. Both these games seem to be pretty one-sided the longer they go on, but the Broncos still have a chance since they now control the hard point, able to cut off a lot of these rotations, seeing as it is in a much closer space favoring their SMGs, as Java Express will come away with a win against the Idaho Army National Guard.
Java Express goes up 1 in this best of 3. ICCUE is still holding down this hard point, going north of 150, so now just 100 left, and unfortunately, Chosen is not going to be able to dislodge Frisky from this vantage point. Frisky is still going to continue raining down damage onto Boise State, taking out Professor. He is eliminated by Hellfire Spider, but the question is it too little too late at this point? Boise State is going to take the hard point, but with only 8 seconds left.
And this is where you want to see at least 2 members of the Broncos rotate next, whereas already ICCU East has 3 members on the point. One rotated a bit too far out. Jumping Armadillo will get taken down, but they're able to close down those rotations and take down Chosen. Kill difference right now is huge. Only Chosen able to maintain at least an even KD. No one on the Bronco team is able to stay positive, trying to even stay out of each other's line of fire. A nice grenade placement forces him out, and the car explosion will get the elimination onto Frisky.
Another nade thrown out by Frosty. Fish has to be careful about all that damage. He is able to... Fatal Fork actually takes out Hellfaust. I'm just going to call him Spider. Nakoba going on a tear right now. Chosen doing all he can to keep the Broncos alive with a double.
Ooh, nice slide right into
It's a triple, but he's going to fall to jumping. At this point, yeah, Boise State needs to play for the next hard point right here because they cannot afford ICCU to get it. Unlocks in 3 seconds. Frosty is now trying to contest on
it.
it.
In the middle of the map. It's definitely going to be assault from all angles if they can at least cover each other's backs. Pick up one, trade for another Pickle Fork with a double. Ooh, but doesn't get the last one, so Broncos maintain the point. It's just throwing their bodies on point, trying to get these last 30 points that they need to win. This could be the hard point to do it unless the Broncos can take it away. Seems Frisky is going to deny Chosen that sideline to where he could have opened up the point, but with the crossfire being set up by ICCU East, it seems that they're not going to budge an inch. Broncos not looking good here. 10 seconds remaining for them to get this last point, or at least contest it to have a chance.
Only 7 points left. Boise State has taken control of the hard point, but now they got to think about where the next one is going to be. They've already moved down and rotated, splitting 2 and 2.
Ooh, cruise missile on point will deny it. 7 points away, forces it to go next, and already the Broncos have control. And since it's underneath the building, this will favor the close range advantage that the Broncos have to ICCUE. So they're still in it as they're just now crossing the 100-point marker.
The flank from Pickle Fork. This isn't going to be pretty.
The nade was definitely a misplay there as it forced him. And he killed Michael. And Cody ends up taking down Durtho. 2 back-to-back friendly fire kills might mean the end for the Broncos in his, but since ICCU East was so late to take it, they have yet to get any of those last 7 points unless they're doing intentionally to pad their KD. Finally, the Broncos get back on point. Wasn't able to suss out Pickle Fork as well as Spider take down Frosty, but then they're immediately traded out.
Oh, this is a big problem. The Broncos are all so committed on the current hard point. You see Koba Chosen trying to rush over to the new one, but he has to go up against Pickle Fork. I would not want to go up against that matchup. Pickle Fork is able to take him out.
Frisky with the double friendly fire.
Wow. And that's going to be a pretty easy new hard point for ICCU East to take.
I think
they are just padding this out at this point.
Sure.
Okay, if you want to play like that.
Giving
gonna be one
Broncos
of those
a
days.
fighting chance at the moment for some odd reason when they could have just ended it and gone to the third and final map. Michael able to get a nice double. Hull's still trying to rotate over to point. Cody maintaining control, able to take down Pickle Fork. Trophy system for the win. Ooh, Saw the perfect helmet. Cody able to take him down with some well-placed headshots, but unable to hold it for long. This should be ICCU winning unless they run off the point for some reason, but that's the end. Definitely could have ended a little sooner, but seems the Broncos will fall 0-2 as we head into the third and final map of first round of this bracket.
Yeah, it's just left to see if Java Express can clinch it against Idaho Army National Guard. Yep, and best of 3, here we go.
It's down to the hard point. If Java Express, now properly named, can pull it off against the Idaho Army National Guard, who is able to at least take one round of search and destroy off of them. Maybe hardpoint is just where they will thrive already. Java Express is able to
Squeaker. Calm down, buddy. He's already going to activate the trophy system.
Yeah, this PP Bison with its huge drum magazine is able to dish out that many bullets. Take them all down with Drewski now picking up his own double. Back-to-back, though. Definitely the black names of the guard is much harder to see here in the kill feed. It's either that or they're really just dark blue. Can't tell.
They're just going for the extra level camouflage at this point. You're not going to be able to see us on the stage or in the kill feed.
Draven ends up falling to Cheeker, who gets a double, also getting fairly legal. Finally, they get their first. They got a whole point. They got a point. They're on the board. Java Express gave him an inch. Squeaker with the Bison. Beautiful. In the long range from Jack, able to pick up one more. Just eliminating him as they're trying to run to the point.
Another trophy system thrown out by Squeaker. You see Draven trying to fight back, but he's only going to be able to pick out Squeaker.
Taking a lot of poke damage. Squid's going to have to back off to try to get that health regen finally online. Java dominating here, getting a plethora of kills. Still waiting for the first kill streak to come online. We have yet to see that as Juicy picks up another double.
It's a conga line right now. They're just walking into their doom. Here goes another one.
Guys, you have tacticals and grenades that you can throw so they don't push the angle while you run it. Just saying, you have drill charges that can even go through walls to explode it in case they're camping around corners. But instead, they can't even go next in time because Java's that far ahead right now. It's 111-1.
Okay, but here's the thing. They're going to hear everything you say, and yes, we have that. We have all the grenades. But you know what we also have?
1 point.
1 point.
1 point.
And it is the best point ever.
That's what the Draven would say in League chat. He has 1 kill. He's doing his job. He's the ADC.
He's doing his job. Now it's time for all of you to do your work.
He's farming that minion wave. Come on now.
Nade thrown out by Draven, and he's quickly taken out. He's actually at 2, not 1 in this particular match. So I'm just saying. And look at Grim Cheeker, already 10-2 in the KD. Dusky also has broken double digits. Everyone on Java Express is in the positive territory.
154-1. Close game.
Blinded by the nades. Cheeker's finding himself in a bit of damage.
Tries to rotate next, and finally seems they still not thinking ahead enough to go for that next point. Java Express just always one step ahead of them at the moment. And Squeaker just loving PP Bison, just making short work as Drewski gets a double, but then promptly eliminated by Fairly Legal.
Ooh, immediately gets taked out by Jack. His hard point is well in the control of Java Express. They're going to be going north of 200. Pretty confidently on this.
In a doorway.
Oh, this could be an opening. Dusky with a double. That brings it down to 2-2. But most importantly, the hard point is still in. Even with the triple, they still have the hard point.
Draven 3-12 right now, playing against a Blitzcrank, is not doing too well for himself. He just loves those bushes, man. Drewski up to a 5-kill streak. Finally will be ended before he could get the cruise missile, so denied there. So close yet so far.
Okay, but Idaho Army National Guard is on an upward trajectory here. They have tripled the amount of points that that's times 3, okay? If we just keep going in multiples of 3,
Just
we're
don't
there
look
in
at
no
the numbers.
time.
They just tripled it. Just don't look at how they tripled it. It's just they did it. Draven.
See, can Java Express say that they tripled their points in the last 10 seconds? I don't think so.
Well, they've never not been increasing their score in the past 10 seconds. So there is that advantage. But as time closes, Java Express will win handily against the Idaho Army National Guard, who I believe was 1-2 in their current standings. So that means Java Express will be moving forward to take on Idaho Central Credit Union East once again. The one team that they've lost to so far, as their current standings, is 2-1 after after losing to BNN, my bad. But of course, we're here all in good fun for a good cause, because this December we have partnered with the Idaho Central Credit Union and the Idaho Food Bank to host this Giving Games charity tournament, where gamers have competed for glory, but of course the ultimate winners are the neighbors facing hunger, who will receive nutritious meals for consistent support and spectator support. So once again, we are returning to BNN, taking in Drop-In Gaming, our lower bracket match. Sorry. And the teams are currently swapped, so that is Drop-In Gaming on the right. So winner of this game will take on ICCU East. Hopefully we can see BNN do that, because they have been the only team to take a map off of this ICCU East team. If they lose here to Drop-In Gaming, that will drop them down to the lower bracket. We will just have to wait and see how this pays off, as already BNN with a nice start.
Ooh, Cindrical double brings it down to 1-on-2. This
Whale
point now,
a 4-0.
And he's not really in a position where he's going to get taken a 2-on-1. He has the opportunity to get the flank here. I don't think he's looking. He's going to throw out the nade into the room. Put Whale on notice. Oh, does he look?
Oh.
No, he does. Took the right angle.
Name of the game. Corners. Corners, corners, corners. So, BNN will head up to 2-0. Whale continues to be the backpack carrier of his team. Quickly followed by Dibs behind him. But as we swap sides, we will now see the attacking strategy of BNN and Drop-In Gaming's defense. They did lose their first defense, so we'll see what they have learned, as Whale is currently on a 5-kill streak, looking for that cruise missile. Or precision strike, whichever he decided to bring for this lineup. Ooh,
Hail Mary nade thrown out. Whale is going to be able to get a double, pushing Drop-In Gaming to 4-on-2.
MP5 putting in work, being the old reliable SMG that we all know from every Call of Duty ever.
I know that you just said we know. You did not add in love there.
Yeah, I do not love
we
the
know
MP5. It's a bit overused. I love the MP5 in Siege, but that's a different story. So, Dwight 0-2, playing a solid defense, but in a 2v4 situation, and they don't have control of the bomb. Things are not looking good for Drop-In Gaming, as only one survives. So instead of planting the bomb, they're going to go on the hunt, able to at least pick up one, but is eliminated. So BNN will take round 3. Remember, this is just a first to 6, best of 3. So Drop-In Gaming has to win hardpoint if they want to be able to send it over to control. But they still have plenty of time to do it here in Search and Destroy. We are only halfway through for the side of the Bronco Nation News. Whale is 8-0. He'll probably get 10 this round, unless he gets eliminated by a cheeky nade, hopefully.
All right, Father Time, the one with the bomb. BNN now spreading themselves out pretty evenly between A and B. As Drop-In Gaming converges up towards B, the first pick is going to be going over onto Dibs, who's gotten himself a 3-kill streak thus far. So not too much. Oh, and look at this next level flank being brought out by Ichiro. If he continues onward, there's really no one contesting the angles. He could get a very nasty flank.
Oh, there is
There
one.
it is.
Hopefully the comms of Drop-In Gaming, or BNN, loud and clear. As Father Time goes down. We're able to at least take down Shima. So So a 1v2 situation, able to take down one more. Sean Tsunami, first 2 kills are the ones that have mattered so far, but not having control of the bomb and only 30 seconds remaining and having to push an unfavorable angle could be the death of him. He's going to try to rotate through the mid. Will he see Wales?
Oh, they sees him.
He did. This is where you can stop his kill streak. Nice nade's going to get a little bit damaged, but not the elimination.
He doesn't have the time to take this route.
He's able to shut down. He's looking for the last one. If he can get his kill here, he will win the run for his team. And he does it!
He actually does it!
Drop-in Gaming able to take a round off. That is huge MVP status at the moment for Sean Tsunami. I believe he just aced the whole team.
Yeah, he did, basically.
I believe
He's
so.
made it 4-3 in just one round, and we're going to get the confirmation as soon as we see the streak, though, if that is a 4 streak. Yep. Yeah, indeed, he aced it all himself.
Showing him how it's done. Discontinuing both kill streaks of Dibs and Whale. Huge moral victory for Drop-In Gaming. Momentum could start going in their favor. See how BNN does on the attack, going for the 3-1 split. Down mid and ECAC take controls of the building very quickly. As Shima will be the first to fall for BNN. Good opener for Drop-In Gaming right now, but will be traded out by King's Boo, falling to Whale. Slow and steady. The slower pace has definitely favored Drop-In Gaming so far. Or rating the teams, not the names.
Yep, and well, it does help out Drop-In Gaming just on the side that they are on defending. They can just wait for BNN to come to them. There's no reason they should be taking risky peeks like this if they're the ones defending, and they're going to get taken out by the nade as well.
He ran into the nade rather than away because he could not run past the sight line, so he took the risk and was unable to make it. That is why you run Bomb Squad, to reduce that explosive damage. But Cynical's going to trade out 1 for 1, leading it to a 1v2 situation. We know Sean Tsunami can do it. Slow and steady. He is playing defense, going to go right into Well. Just saw the door close. He knows he's around the corner. Sees him runs up. That's damage, but not the kill. Still having yet to plant the bomb, and they don't even have possession of the bomb. You have 25 seconds. You just need to stay alive. But the bomb has been planted. Yeah, the bomb has been planted. My bad.
He's going to have to, if he wants enough time to defuse it. Drop-In Gaming is going to pick up the win, go to 4-1. So despite a hero play from BNN, overall it looks like Drop-In Gaming is continuing on the road to victory.
Yeah, BNN off the back of Whale and Dibs looking strong as ever. But you have to remember, whoever wins this will be taking on the only team that has remained undefeated, and that is Idaho Central Credit Union East. The loser will drop down to the next bracket of the lower bracket. Ooh, nice hit. Both stunning each other without any line of sight. Wide will be taken down first by Cylindrical. So a nice opener for Drop-In Gaming already. It's a 1v4 Drop-In Gaming. This is the best they've ever looked.
Yeah, Cylindrical immediately booked it for the high ground on A, and it paid dividends for him.
Yeah, and bomb planted with all 4 watching it. Dibs is 5-1, but with the prone in the long range, finally Drop-In Gaming takes a second round, bringing us 4-2. BNN, the longer this has gone on, has not been as strong as they have been. Also, taking down Whale earlier on has given Drop-In Gaming signs of life right now.
As we switch sides, BNN still has their road cut out before them. They're going to be the ones with the bombs next. So, question is, if Drop-In Gaming pulls off a similar move, how quick are they going to be able to get to A and B? Both of them are pretty much booking it towards A. It looks like it's going to be the main engagement.
Yeah, A is definitely the most popular site so far. Whale gets first blood for BNN. Make sure he takes high ground again. Gets the long-range sight onto Father Time, but he makes the run across for Drop-In Gaming. But they're already down 2, in a 4v2 situation against BNN. Ooh, nice
Dibbs
watching
is
the
looking
flank.
out the flank. Almost. I think he almost friendly fire. Okay.
Ooh. Dwight able to take down Father Time. Sean with a nice running jump shot, able to take down Dwight. So now it's a 1v3. Again, it comes down to Sean Tsunami to take down the entire team of Bronco Nation News. And we know he's done it once before, and he can do it again. We believe in you. Except for the bombs being planted on B, and you're on the wrong side. It's fine. He learned real quick. It's making the rotation over. Gonna have to watch the mid and the long range, seeing as he has an SMG. That long range fight will not benefit him. He's watching his flank the best he can. Ooh. Aggressive pushes onto site, not watching his right side. It still flicks to the side in time, even with the nade throw popping off.
You would think here with him getting pinched in from both sides, he wouldn't be able to take it, but especially if Whale
He's pinched
gets
between
got
the two.
from
He
the
needs
side.
to take that high ground right now. He has 10 seconds. He won't be
This
able
is
to
exactly
defuse
the same
bomb.
place he won last time.
But the bomb
it's
was already
no.
planted. He was unable to get. So BNN will take that, putting up them to 5-2. Got to remember the team names are swapped here. So 1 point. We are up to match point, but we've seen really solid signs of life from Drop-In Gaming right now.
They've definitely tried to fight back, but BNN being the one team that's shown they can go up against ICCU East, looks like they're going to be the ones to take the first round and be moving on to match point in Hardpoint.
Yeah, Sean Tsunami and Cyntrical being the two stars of Drop-In Gaming right now, doing their best, but when you're trying to compete with Whale, who's 13-2, is definitely a hard thing to live up to, as King Boogs ends up committing self-destruct with that nade, holding it a hair too long. Cyntrical instead is just going to make up for it and get a double himself, giving them the +1 advantage in this, and able to scout out Dwight, pushing a little bit too soon. Seems BNN is going to have to rely on Dibbs, or else we're going to be going to 5-3 in this 3v1 situation, and bomb being planted on A. Ooh! Surprised you didn't see him there.
Dibbs of Drop-In Gaming has to make a play right now, but he's low on health, and that is another win for Drop-In Gaming. So now they're going to bring themselves up to 3. It is not done yet.
Reverse
BNN hanging on to their match point.
But at the same time, you know BNN wants the rematch against IC Series. But at the same time, you have to remember, this is only the first mode in this best of 3. We still have Hardpoint after this, where that can get even closer than we already are. Because BNN taking on Java was ridiculously close, and now Drop-In Gaming showing that they have some fight left in them too, as they're making BNN having to go the distance and search and destroy alone. And Cyntrical's on a 4-kill streak. It's getting closer and closer to that cruise missile.
It's not even to speak about Shani Tsunami, because we know he can pop off and just get an ace all by himself. There's a few. Through the smoke, Dibbs is able to pick up. Shani Tsunami, Cyntrical goes down. Those are the major playmakers left, and you got the 2 bottom fraggers left for Drop-In Gaming.
Bottom fragger?
I think this is probably over at this point.
He's got 15 seconds.
And now he has no seconds.
He fired 2 bullets into that door before he was promptly eliminated. So, BNN will take map number 1 on Search and Destroy as we head into Hardpoint. Taking a look at that final kill can of Dwight. 2 bottom fraggers for both teams. Going to be the last 2 survivors. So we get ready to close out our final match of today's Given Games. Brought to us by the Idaho Central Credit Union, sponsoring the Idaho Food Bank. If you scan that QR code, you can donate as well, along with all of our wonderful sponsors playing here tonight. But don't forget, we still have more Call of Duty tomorrow for the finals. both the semifinals and finals. As we take a look at the current bracket of where we are, Boise State, having lost to ICCU's, drop down. We're currently covering Drop In Gaming fighting BNN to who will take them on. We already covered both, Java Express and iGuard Gaming, who are able to take on next week, or tomorrow, for ICCU West. We'll also have Trailers Plus taking on the at-home Rainier Guard. So going to be a jam-packed day tomorrow of Call of Duty.
We're basically going to find out what 4 teams are going to be on notice to be eliminated in this tournament.
Yeah, some exciting things, but as we get ready to jump into the next one, we're going to throw it to a quick break, but make sure to stay tuned as for our conclusion of Call of Duty.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
You take really strong players from disparate communities and you put them together on teams with expert coaching.
So you mean to tell me by all the hands in the room, everybody in here is that top 2%?
It's ultimate. It's a 1v1. And Prestige does it.
It's not every day that you're a kid like me and you get to have this experience.
Something. He gets one.
This boot camp is really about finding out every weakness. There's no such thing as a big mistake at this level.
I have people in the crowd there cheering my name on. I have to give them a show.
That feeling of just being up on stage and having a whole crowd of people, it's unbeatable.
1v1, but why would you pick him?
I love this. I want to do this every day.
Another pin!
You didn't make a choice, so you were just looking at things. If you want to go pro, sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Jump up and down, you're a crowd, you're casters. It's a transformational experience.
That was a light switch, and now I see what it's all about.
A lot of players here right now are caught up in winning their tournaments 5-10 years down the road. They're not going to remember who won.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena. We are here to finish our coverage of the Giving Games Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 first round of the bracket. We just saw Bronco Nation News take Search and Destroy off of Drop-In Gaming, so now we will be heading over to Hardpoint and see who can take the victory in this best of three. I'm still your host, Brendan Lad, and joined with me to call all of the action is Jacob Palmer. Even Doc on stage getting things ready. Some very exciting things as we're getting ready to close out the night. We saw signs of life coming out from Drop-In Gaming. We know they can take rounds off of Bronco Nation News. So what are you hoping to see here in Hardpoint?
What I'm hoping to see is last round was 6v3. So I want to see a Hardpoint match that at least is decided within 50 points of each other. I would like to see that. I think the last few hardpoint matches we saw, the other team, it was like 100 and 0, 110, 220.
And then we had the game where it was
and
a
then
point
we had
difference.
the team where they got 1 point, and then they turned it into 3 points. I want to see a little bit more of an even match instead of that.
Yeah, it seems that we had seen a lot of that in the prior, but hopefully to get this even match, these teams will follow all of the ICCU keys to the game, as well as hopefully scan this QR code and help donate to the Idaho Food Bank. Remember, every dollar donated can help up to 4 meals for needy families this Christmas season. So please scan and donate. And we still have more Call of Duty tomorrow that will finish up both our upper and lower brackets for the grand finals, which, if you had to guess, who are the 2 finalists?
I honestly think, obviously ICCU East, but I honestly think Bronco News Nation, if they lose to them, I think they'll run through the entire lower bracket, and it's going to be ICCU East Bronco News Nation in the finals.
Well, it was a very close game between them and Java Express, so I'm also curious if those two rematch, what the outcome may be, as well as against our own Boise State team, as they gave a couple teams a run for their money. Doc, focus mode, definitely maining either Baby Diva or Lily in any game he's playing at the moment. Or just running around Valorant with an Odin as all professional.
Oh, no, he is playing COD.
All right. Can we get some POV on that? I want to see the Doc COD carry. I'd love that.
I don't know. We do have replays, so we can maybe we can just pretend that this is Doc replays and say he's been with us the whole time.
Be ecstatic to see some Doc replays. But I believe this is just a highlight throughout the night as we're getting geared up for the final match of the night. Watching here as the team names are flipped. So it is Drewski taking on Fairly Legal with a nice, clean snipe, getting them that round win, the very first round win of that Search and Destroy that they dominated so strongly with. And, just wailed casually 12-3 on a 4-kill streak. But the BNN versus Java Express has been the closest match we have ever seen. Minus the 6-3. Whenever it came to Hardpoint.
I was wondering.
No, it was on Hardpoint is where it came down to 1 point.
This is the closest match you've ever seen?
No. It was on Hardpoint. Just those two teams have the closest skill level we have in this tournament, which is why BNN was only able to take 1 map off of ICCU East. But now, since it's a best of 3, they have 1 less map to do it on. But Search and Destroy has definitely been a couple nail-biter rounds, seeing as you only have the 1 life to make it. This is also where we saw the National Guard come a lot closer than they have during Hardpoint to have an even battle, and even missing these snipes really hurting them, but still came out on top in the end. So Java Express looking good. Still have to wait and see how the conclusion of Bronco Nation News and Drop-In Gaming will go down.
I'm ready to take notes, okay? I can take notes on all 4 players simultaneously in this setup right now.
Destroying the pen with every letter.
Listen, sometimes you have to make sacrifices in order to bring quality content.
Yeah, break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Hey,
I get it.
Listen, at least we're making an omelet. Back on Wednesday, we were just throwing the eggs out the window.
Right now.
It's just throwing the eggs out the window and nothing was there.
They hit a couple people. They got those 3 points, okay? It counted for something. Like you said, they tripled their score.
No, I'm talking about what happened on Wednesday.
We don't talk about that.
You don't talk about it because I don't think you were here on desk casting, so you don't.
I was here for some of it.
You were here for some of it, but the whole horror of it.
You're not wrong. You and Dallin definitely went off the rails, I might say, of what kind of occurred once I left this desk.
You would have thought that it was my final broadcast the way I was treating it at the end of Wednesday.
That's what happens when Dallin comes on desk.
That is true. That is very true, actually.
And we're not casting something that's not.
I mean, how does it feel that you get to end your journey here at Boise State Esports
with Call of Duty?
Yeah.
Well, seeing as I started with Here's the Storm, then to Overwatch, then to Siege, then to Valorant and Rocket League, now closing out with Call of Duty. It's definitely been a wild ride. I've had Call of Duty sprinkled throughout with both the original Modern Warfare, because I started in a Warzone tournament, and then we went to Cold War for both Bankers and Giving Games. Then we did Vanguard, Bankers, and Giving Games that I was a part of both times. Now here we are closing out with Giving Games in Modern Warfare 2. I miss the original Modern Warfare the most out of all of it because that was definitely a fun memory of that Warzone tournament of just, this is my first time playing Warzone. How hard can we meme this and just be like, I don't know what I'm doing, just run. It was fun times.
And how'd that work out?
I was told by broadcasters on desk that we were the most fun people to watch because we were the most clueless. So they were just like, they were just running around and making things work because it was all 2v2s. It's fun times. I will remember it fondly.
Now, in terms of, for posterity, broadcast is asking if you've had any experience with Madden.
No, I'm not a sports person. I do esports, not sports.
Well, but Madden could still be considered an esport. Even though it is the sport, it's the sport.
Wasey did carry us through every tournament we ever played in, and he was fantastic to watch. I did play Call of Duty with a couple times. Fantastic player in person. But Madden, no idea. I don't know the pigskin throw through football, basketball, touchdown, goal thing. See? Sports game. Go sports team.
I was wondering if you could prove to me whether how much you didn't know about Madden in just one sentence, and you managed to pull it off flawlessly.
You know, to give you an idea of how I pay attention to football, the last Super Bowl I watched is when Green Bay Packers won in 2011. That was the last time I paid attention to football, and not since. I remember when Brett Favre was the quarterback for the Packers.
You're going way back. If he was still in the Packers, that's before he was even there for the Vikings.
I remember the glory days. I miss Brett Favre. He was great. Hey, Hardpoint! Wow, no more football. Thank God. I was running out of topics. Yes, real sports of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 in 2022. It's great. But Dibs already starting off with a clean double playing here on stage, showing us how it's done. People love camping in this truck. It's just phenomenal to watch. And the teams are promptly named. Let's go. Production. Closing it up with.
Well, it's not their fault. It's the game that messes it up because this isn't one of our overviews. This is all in game.
So already, actually, starting off with somewhat even kills across the board right now, with Drop-In Gaming actually taking a little bit of a lead kills-wise, but that doesn't matter since it's off points. But only a 5-point difference. No one even securing the hard point right now. But we've never seen a timeout on hardpoint. It's always been able to close out with points. The Gaming able to get the last two, but it's already contested in the new point. But with so little cover, it seems that it will finally go over to the side of Drop-In Gaming thanks to all of the trophy systems. Seeing early kill leaders of Cyntrical and Tsunami maintaining their presence, but Shima 0-4 not doing as well as we've seen them in the past, but the nades getting a couple of kills here as well. 4-kill streak as well for Cyntrical. He wants that kill streak. And they have double the points of being it. We could see a control map.
Joy.
Is this the return of the Boise Rocket League 2v2s?
I don't know. That lives on in infamy. Maybe
that is a broadcast I will never forget.
Maybe Wednesday. Maybe how things went Wednesday is, I don't know. It was pretty evenly matched. I had a running tally in my mind of how it was going. Meanwhile, the new hardpoint has formed. Drop-In Gaming has a slight lead, is going to get even more of a lead going past 60.
Ooh, Nice collateral coming out from Shima. Went from 1 to 3 just like that.
Wow.
But points still in the favor of Dropping Gaming until they can get to contend. But only the Fountain is the only cover, so as long as they hold it, they're looking good. BNN closing the gap faster and faster with Dropping Gaming having to just regroup and go next here as they won't be able to retake this point.
Wow. I don't know if there's been even, as for as long as BNN has held this point, I don't know if there's even been one elimination in Dropping Gaming's favor. Well, there. Okay, I had my question answered. Thank you very much.
They got it right at the tail end, but he had already earned both his kill streaks that he had available to him. Trophy system for the win. Not even going to shoot it, just going to push right past it. High ground advantage, able to eliminate both of them off the back of Whale. Tried to go for the knife speed, but instead just quick swapped over, got the elimination, activating Dead Silence, trying to get his own perks as Dibs already has both his strafing run and I believe it was precision tied to that, not the cruise missile. So excited to see how those come out, but he's going to have to wait until the point moves outside instead of in the building with Dibs getting another, oh, it is cruise missile as well, but he's on a 3-kill streak.
At least at this point, Bronco Nation News is more than content to just hang out here in the building as they're picking off Dropping Gaming like flies, one at a time, and Dibs at 16-8, securing the position of top fragger with authority. He's going to get taken out, but all things being equal in terms of objectives, Bronco Nation News is now past triple digits.
Cindrical able to get a nice 4-piece, get the last few points of the hard point. Those little ones add up, and we're still in a 40-point difference here. So within 50, that's the best you can ask for in these situations until you can close it up even more.
That is what I asked for.
Exactly, and they're performing, which is exactly what I want to see. This is definitely a much closer game, just as we saw in Search and Destroy, but just had to wait till the tail end. But with all the crossfire lines being set up, BNN will hold it.
Oh,
Whale Cindrical shows up and gets a double.
Yeah, a double. Might change things completely on their head. Bronco Nation News, though, still has control of the point, hanging onto it.
Beautiful.
Tries to get a flank, and that's a beautiful flank by Dibs.
You naded that box right in front of your face. So good, King. We loved seeing it. Shima trying to push on to point, able to get one. Will he get the second? Dolphin dive past the sidelines. Goes for the pistol, gets it because he goes mid-reload. Does not swap to his secondaries, so it will trade out 1 for 1.
New hardpoint unlocked. There's a bit of a contest going on. In fact, Cindrical picks up a double. That's going to allow Dropping Gaming to get the first few points on this charge. Round comes Whale trying to take out Cindrical. He is going to be able to dislodge him. He has to go up against Father Time should he want to take this hardpoint, and that is going to be the case. Taking him out.
The self-destruct of the trophy system killed Whale. That is something you almost never see. And a beautiful cruise missile coming in from Cindrical is going to pick up a double against BNN. Try to give them all the help they can, but we have now passed the 50-point gap. Dropping Gaming needs
to get that hard point's up for grabs.
Yeah, they're just letting it tick away because the kills on those rotations has been brutal. Finally, BNN is going to be able to get on point as they are in the blue, even though the team names are a little confusing in that sense.
BNN basically waited their entire respawn timer because Dropping Gaming was so heavily chasing after eliminations in center that they just left the hardpoint completely uncontested. And look at this, a very good hardpoint spawn for BNN.
Yeah, but if you look on the side of kills, Cindrical has surpassed both Dibs and Whale, so they've been getting the kills. They just need the points as the strafe run comes in and gets another double for Cindrical.
Whale eliminates Father Time. Dwight is not going to be able to make any moves against Cindrical. Whale picking up a double onto Shawnee.
Ooh. Closing that gap once again within the 40 points. The cruise missile or strafing run comes in this time from Dibs, only able to pick up one. Now contested, no one's earning the points. That's exactly what Dropping Gaming needs to consistently do as Dwight picks up a double.
These moments are so crucial, just these little extra points that you can get here and there. BNN is getting so close to 250 that now going north of 180 and being able to get 10, 15 points off the last few seconds of that hard point, all the difference.
Father Time and Shima, the only two team members to not pass double digits in kills yet, but they still have plenty of time to close that gap as it's closing past 60 here, down to 50. Slowly but surely, Drop In Gaming is going to keep themselves in the game as they're just filling up the kill feed. Nothing but white names taking down blue. Cruise Missile coming in from Dibs, only able to take down Father Time. Best thing you could ask for Drop In Gaming. Only losing one to an entirely dedicated, explosive kill streak is huge value gain. Once again, closing the gap in 40, but losing the capture point to BNN.
I mean, it was only one elimination off the cruise missile, but it was enough to eventually get BNN the hard point. And at this point, like I said, any points that they can pick off here or there as they go past 200.
Nice.
Well, I almost go past 200. I got too ahead of myself there.
Tsunami showed up just at the right time to get those last 3 points
Really
for
good
them.
spawn for BNN.
Yeah, they're always ready to go next rather than fight for the last little bit of points. That's, you know, Drop In Gaming is playing on their back foot here. They're just having to scrape by rather than playing ahead and get those early points. Thankfully, no one's building up a big kill streak for those cruise missiles and strafing runs. But now that they're just having to fight indoors, the SMG favorite side of BNN has been proven to be the better strategy against Dig.
As Keen Respawn's last chance for a clean team engage, and Drop In Gaming is already going to lose one. They answer it back with a trade 1-to-1. Dryde still holding down the point. They are just 15 points away, but Keen falls thanks to Dibs and Whale also picking up one. Shawnee doing all that he can to even it back up. And he is going to pick up a double. This is the opportunity, but he's taken away from the side by Whale. Now Bronco Nation News now going north of 245. Just 3 left.
They should be able to get it here. They still maintain control of the point.
Yep,
and
there you go.
Is it. Bronco Nation News will continue in the top bracket to take on ICCU East. Once again, they took 1 map off of them. Now we have to see if they can take 2 because they don't have 3-map chance. It's a best of 3.
Congratulations to BNN for getting that victory. ICCU East is what awaits you tomorrow, so get a good night's sleep tonight. You'll need all the energy you can get.
Well, if you haven't guessed, this December, Boise State Esports has partnered with Idaho Central Credit Union and the Food Bank to host this Giving Games charity tournament. Gamers have competed for glory, but of course the ultimate winners will be neighbors who are facing hunger and receive nutritious food meals thanks to the contestant and spectator support. Remember, for every dollar donated, it can provide up to 4 meals, and if you scan that QR code, you can donate yourself. But we still got more COD tomorrow and more time to donate as we take a look at the final bracket for the night. Got Boise State taking on Drop In Gaming, as well as ICCU East taking on BNN.
If I see an ICCU East, ICCU West final here, I am done.
I would be flabbergasted if they ended up facing each other off, but we'll have to wait and see tomorrow for a jam-packed full day of Call of Duty. I know you're so excited for it, Jacob.
Oh, I've got the music within me right now.
Smiling ear to ear of anticipation. But as we get ready to close out the night with our top 5 plays, biggest hopes for tomorrow?
Biggest hopes for tomorrow? Someone's able to take out Pickle Fork in a one-on-one. Let's just start there and have baby steps one at a time here.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. So fingers crossed, players know the expectations for tomorrow. Beeline Pickle Fork, obviously. Well, for my sign-off, thank you so much. It's been fun. But we're going to close things off with the top 5 plays brought to us by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 sign-on bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team to join out there. And have a good night.